Okay, so for those of you who might have caught the previous stream where we started playing this four-color mid-range soup list that surprised me by actually functioning, and functioning well, without what really would normally constitute a playable mana base, I've made some slight changes to the list from then because we're going to be playing it in best of one today in the Alchemy qualifier play-in event. The big difference is I've trimmed a Vanishing Verse for Ray of Enfeeblement, which I have actually done in the best of three version as well, and that's because I wanted the instant speed. I wanted more instant speed ways to remove Diviner of Fates and more instant speed cards in the deck in general so that I could discard one instant speed card with Diviner of Fates as a 2 of in play to actually get two instant speed spells. So now our instant speed spells are Ray of Enfeeblement, Vanishing Verse, and Infernal Grasp. Infernal Grasp and Ray of Enfeeblement are instant speed ways to remove opponents' Diviner of Fates in response to the Connive ability, which Vanishing Verse can't do. I've seen fewer mono green decks in my last little bit of testing, so I think that makes sense as a change. Those changes were also reflected in the best of three version, and in order to do that, I cut a Vanishing Verse, moved it to the sideboard in best of three, and then also cut the 2-mana discard spell whose name I can't remember. Cut one of those. And then for the best of one version, where those discard spells are mostly useful against grindy mid-range matchups or control matchups, I cut those because I'm expecting more aggro, and I'm playing 2 Tasha Unholy Archmage. It's still fine against dirtily control-y decks. It's particularly good against opposing Diviner Fate Calim decks, but it's also not useless against aggro like the discard spell. Undercity Plunder. Yes, thank you, that's the name. In best of three, I'm still playing 2 of those discard spells main deck, and the Tashas are in the sideboard. We can actually look at the best of three version really quick, just for, like, comparison's sake. So this is the best of three version. Still has the one Ray of Enfeeblement main. I've just decided that's something that I want to do with so many Diviner Fates running around. Still the 1 Infernal Grasp, 1 Vanishing Verse, but 2 Undercity Plunders instead of the Tashas. And this sideboard has gone up to include basically the second, third, and fourth copy of Ray of Enfeeblement, the third copy of Undercity Plunder, still 2 copies of Go Blank because I think that that's pretty useful against opposing Calim decks. 2 more Vanishing Verses for mono green, down to 2 out of the ways for mono green, and then the 2 Tashas to have more things to bring in against mid-range matchups, which maybe is too many, but that's not really the point of today's testing. Today, we are just going to be playing this best of one version and hoping we can out-mid-range all the mid-range decks, out-mid-range all the control decks, and out-remove all the aggro decks. I'm not even honestly sure what I'm hoping we play against here. I just know this deck felt powerful, but I have no clue what its good or bad matchups are likely to be. Okay, this seems pretty reasonable. So confused about how you're going to avoid getting run over by mono red in best of one with that mana base? I mean, the mana base is slightly tapped, yes, but bear in mind that our deck is actually, like, a ton of hyper-efficient removal spells that cost very little mana. So, compared to a typical deck, we're actually kind of playing the same removal spells on curve every single turn, as long as we're not missing our colors. And I was originally expecting that we were going to have problems missing our colors, but that has actually not happened in the slightest so far. Is mono red a thing in Alchemy? Not that I've seen. Do I want double black? Or do I want double blue? I think I go with blue here. I have gotten into a lot of situations where, like, activating Calim's Breath twice in a turn cycle has been important. Prosperous Innkeeper, sure. Opponent's on some kind of Litjara forest thing. There's our beautiful lands. Let's see here. If I discard Ray of Enfeeblement, I get the last instant in my deck. Alternatively, I can discard this Calim and be pretty, not necessarily guaranteed to get a Calim, but I think I'm pretty tempted to discard this Calim and try to get another Calim. Of which we have 4 copies of Calim in our deck right now. And then when I go and cycle the Calim, yeah, we just get to put it straight into play. Mono red is solid, but it's also kind of, you know, vulnerable to Molten Impact and other cheap removal spells. So let's see, what do you do? Add 2 mana of any one color, huh? Well, I definitely want a Calim here. I don't think I want to Expressive Iteration and risk... Well, I can't really risk whiffing, but I don't see a strong reason to Expressive Iteration just to find a land. So I think I'm probably just supposed to hold up Vanishing Verse and Calim. And then probably supposed to clock the opponent. Alternatively, if my opponent's a ramp deck, I could play Citystalker Connoisseur. Four, 5, 6. They can't play a Coma next turn. A lot of what they could play I can answer with Vanishing Verse. I think I'm pretty okay with them. I mean, I guess I could Calim tap down the No, I don't want to tap down the treasure. They sack it in response, and then my Calim fizzles. That's not really acceptable. Okay, Finn is not the ramp payoff I was concerned about. I am playing the event, right? Do I even care about Finn? I guess I don't want to get another Calim right now. I'd rather get a Citystalker. Yeah. And then we're gonna put a Calim into play. And then I guess I Vanishing Verse to remove the Grafted Growth. Probably should have done that before Calim in case they had some kind of removal spell or counter spell being held up off that, I suppose. Alright, well, let's go ahead and play Citystalker, and then Raffine's Tower. And then next turn I can play Citystalker plus Raffine's Tower. Oh, or I could hold up Stormcarved Coast and discard Raffine's Tower to a blood token to get some card advantage with Diviner of Fate. Card advantage is attractive. Nah. I think I would rather just have more black sources here. So they had a Vorinclex that Citystalker discarded. No kid nonsense. No. Unfortunately, this deck actually turned out to be kind of super fun and felt really, really good. Okay, yeah, we are actually playing in the play-in. Okay. Alright. We will keep this hand. Get to play Xander's Lounge on turn 1, holding up Bloodchief's Thirst, Forsaken Crossroads tapped for white. Scry. Diviner of Fates is a 3-drop, sounds delicious. Opponent only plays Pack Leader. I can live with that. I mean, I could Vanishing Verse the pack leader, but I can also just have a 3/4 Diviner of Fates. Opponent's not on a snow mana base, so I don't have to worry about the 1 mana fight spell. Sounds good to me. Do I go with second black source or second blue source? Second blue source because it casts Expressive Iteration and the black source doesn't. And I think we're just going to discard this duplicate Citystalker Connoisseur. I could discard the Expressive Iteration too. I mean, Citystalker Connoisseur... No. I can't discard a land. I have to discard Citystalker or Expressive because I need this Diviner of Fates to be a 3/4. I guess I discard the Expressive Iteration. I feel like playing Citystalker Connoisseur against a mono green deck is actually just amazing. It's like an automatic 2-for-1. But like a tempo positive 2-for-1. Unlike Expressive Iteration, it's a 2-for-1 but tempo negative. Okay, opponent. What pump spell do you have that I would like to force you to use? Snakeskin Veil. Understandable. Tenacious Pup. Sure. Calim. Okay. Well, casting Calim against mono green sounds like a lot of fun, which kind of makes me want to play this Clearwater Pathway on blue, but I think I should play it on black so that I have the option to play Vanishing Verse and Molten Impact next turn. Invoke the Ancients. Ooh, scary. I am willing to once again attempt the trade, opponent. Deal? Old Growth Troll. Ooh, spooky. Alright, well, we are going to Vanishing Verse the Old Growth Troll, which is definitely why we put Vanishing Verse in our deck. And then Molten Impact the pup. And I guess I'm going to play this Forsaken Crossroads on blue, because I kind of want to hardcast Calim at some point, I think. Scry. I don't really think I need a Strangle right now. Tapped Kazandu Valley, sure. Play Citystalker. Have a Death Toucher, opponent discards a card. It feels so mean that every single spell I cast is just, oops, this is a 2-for-1. Oops, this is a 2-for-1. Oops, this one's a 2-for-1. I'm gonna discard Calim. Which just puts Calim's in the deck. Ray of Enfeeblement, not really what we're looking for. A little restricted on the red sources here. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and play Fable. Ray of Enfeeblement actually does kill the Jukai Liberator right now, because we have the 2 damage sitting over for Molten Impact. So opponent, if I block, do you have anything that you're planning to do? Target creature fights creature you don't control. Oh no. If only I had an instant speed way to get a 2-for-1. For 1 mana. Oh dear. I mean, I was on the draw too, and we didn't even take a point of damage. Alright. Well, we got a 1-mana removal spell, and we have access to turn 3 Expressive Iteration or turn 3 Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, should we desire it. Untapped white source for the turn 1 play. Interesting. Fragment Reality? Yeah, alright. I can live with that. So we're playing against blue-white control then, probably. Who's going to be very sad when I just have all 2-for-1s. Let's see. If I'm playing against blue-white control, I definitely don't want Strangle, and I probably don't need more lands. Oh, hey, cool, some 2-for-1s. We'll attack with the Goblin Shaman so that we can play Expressive Iteration through Quench. Yuck. Alright. Well, Strangle has hypothetically more uses than additional lands at this point, I think. It's also better to discard to an Agent of Fates than a land. That's probably enough of a reason to have it in hand. Would I rather have a white source or a red source? It's kind of irrelevant. My mana as it stands is pretty stellar for Mardu mana in general. I guess I would rather have a white source, since it holds up Vanishing Verse this turn. On the off chance that matters. Otherworldly Gaze? Key to the Archive, Faithful Mending. Oh, this is a Velomachus deck, huh? Okay. I don't have a lot of good removal to handle Velomachus. Yeah. Okay. Be a really good time to find Tasha. Would be a really good time to have an Infernal Grasp. Oh, this is annoying. I'm gonna have 3. Oh, no, I'm gonna have enough mana to do this. Okay, Infernal Grasp to hand. Good job, Expressive Iteration. That was literally perfect. I'm on the play? So I don't have an untapped blue source to play this Diviner of Fates, meaning I have to crack a treasure, which is a bit of a disappointment. I think we go ahead and discard Strangle here. Okay. Divine Purge. Okay, I can live with that. Sort of. Other than the fact that it gets rid of my treasure. That bit hurts. Okay. Ooh. Djinn Gataxias is slightly annoying. Well, Ray of Enfeeblement at least is a way to get around it. Don't think I need Fable of the Mirrorbreaker right now. So if they end up reanimating Djinn Gataxias, I just have to ignore that for a second. And then Molten Impact, Vanishing Verse, or Ray of Enfeeblement, Vanishing Verse. Ray of Enfeeblement not quite enough to kill Velomachus. I don't want Molten Impact. I kind of want Ray of Enfeeblement for the Djinn Gitaxias. I suppose also hypothetically, no, Herald actually has really good stats. I don't really need this Sundown Pass. Yeah, definitely did not need that Sundown Pass. Lightning Bolt kills our 2/2 very well. Would I rather play Diviner of Fates here or Fable? Do I want to get rid of any of these cards? I can't get rid of an instant, so I'd be getting rid of Bloodchief's Thirst. Which could be reasonable. I think I'd rather just play the Fable. Continue representing mana advantage through goblins. I don't really need to play the Diviner of Fates until I've got an unsummoning sick Kiki-Jiki anyway. They foretell a board wipe. Well, board wipe and a Velomachus Djinn Gitaxias deck? That doesn't actually make a lot of sense. Foretell 2 cards. Okay. Discarding 2 cards. I'm thinking probably the lands. Yeah. Success. Go to combat. Swing for 2. Play Expressive Iteration. Gain some card advantage. Diviner of Fates, Diviner of Fates. Okay, I can live with that. Play Diviner of Fates. In all likelihood, the opponent is going to board wipe here, so I don't really have an incentive to play another Diviner of Fates. I don't really want to discard this Diviner of Fates. It does go get a creature, which maybe I do actually want to discard this Diviner of Fates. Because getting a Calim would be really strong here. I think I'll just play it neutral and thin my deck a little bit. And then hold up the ability to cycle a land. I don't really want to discard Bloodchief because if they end up like just playing a Herald of Vengeance, it's an answer to Herald of Vengeance that doesn't require me to get rid of one of my instant speed answers to Velomachus. How many protection spells for Velomachus do they have? Ooh. 1 at the least. Okay. Very well. Now, they don't have any time warps, I don't think. Divine Purge. Okay, I can live with that. Now our Fable flips. Ooh, Calim. Excellent. That gives me a lot of safety against future Velomachus. So we go ahead and kill the Velomachus. We play our land. And I can't really do anything else. So I guess we pass. Oh, wow, they did have Epiphanies in the deck. I forgot that was legal. Okay, scary. So now I have to not die to a bunch of birds. I see. So I'm taking down to 5 damage here. Alright. Really wish I could have raid one of those birds. I think I'm now hardcasting Calim. Not having found a Calim earlier for the Velomachus turns out to have been a very serious blow. Let's see, do I have any other answers to these birds? Not really. Opponent elects not to attack with bird tokens. I think I'm supposed to hold on to the Vanishing Verses. Okay, do we get to start doing Citystalker lock stuff? That would be cool, if that actually works. I could play this other Citystalker, put the opponent down to 1 card, but that might be risky. Verse is holding up Vanishing Fate, or Vanishing Verse. It's probably better to go for Citystalker locks. Okay, they have nothing in hand. Okay, still nothing in hand. They're unlikely to have any triomes. Okay, our life total should be high enough to not die to birds here. Molten Impacting more birds sounds good. Diviner of Fates, discarding Diviner of Fates sounds reasonable. Lethal next turn. Woo! Alright. That got scary there for a second. I got very, very, very lucky that Velomachus didn't hit anything better than a board wipe. Oh, Citystalker Connoisseur, yay! Okay, so this is the worst hand we've had so far in that we don't have a removal spell on turn 2. I think it's always better to lead with Xander's Lounge over Raffine's Tower since we have Strangle in the deck. Any 1-mana spell that we top deck here is castable with Xander's Lounge, but only half of them are castable with Fiend's Tower. Oh, didn't draw an untapped land to Molten Impact the Spirited Companion. Feels pretty bad. Also, we have Molten Impact in hand, and an untapped land casts Molten Impact. Opponent's up to some shenanigans. Now, do we want to play Fable the Mirror Breaker over Diviner of Fates? I'm going to guess the answer to that is usually yes on turn 3. Is creeping on the untapped the best way to get the best of 3 list? Yeah, I think so. The only changes I made were like super minor to the best of 3 list. I like changed a couple of sideboard cards and some mainboard cards. Remind me after this game, and I'll put the best of 3 changes up on screen again. Yeah, our opponent is definitely playing a lot of 2-for-1s, and then I'm sitting here just playing like an equivalent 2-for-1 for like half of the total amount of mana they spend. I guess Spirited Companion isn't really very much of a deal. Oh, cute. It's an aggro list. Okay. Nifty. Do I want to discard any of these? I guess I want to discard Xander's Lounge. Okay. Well, get a Xander's Lounge. Sure. So, Sundown Pass. Play Celestis. Molten Impact to Spirited Companion. I could have cleared both of these Spirited Companions, so I took a lot less damage from this Reign of Truth, which possibly was the correct thing to do. It involves wasting an Expressive Iteration, but maybe I should have just protected my life total and given up on the 2-for-1. But I'm definitely kind of getting beaten up by being on the draw here. It's not great. Is this deck top tier in my mind or more of a personal brewing project? It was kind of a meme that I was just streaming because it was fun and memey, but so far it's actually been working out kind of excellent, which has a weird habit of being how I discover most of the most busted decks. This comes back summoning sick, right? Yes. Opponent's playing a far too fair deck? I don't know, my life total's at 8, and their board state's really good. I don't know that I would call that fair at the moment. Seiju my mana source. Okay. Sure. I guess I'll get a mana source instead. Now I think what I want to do is Diviner of Fates, the Expressive Iteration, to find a different removal spell. Strangle would kill Architect of Restoration. Like, I kind of want to cast Expressive Iteration to blow up the Spirited Companion, but then I'm not putting Diviner of Fates into play, which sounds sketchy. Or I could discard Bloodchief's Thirst. No, I think it's supposed to be discard Expressive Iteration, try to find the Strangle. Find the Expressive Iteration. Was I on the draw? I'm pretty sure I was on the draw this game. Meaning I can Expressive Iteration into Bloodchief's Thirst. With this Forsaken Crossroads. Molten Impact to hand sounds good. Haunted Ridge means I don't even have to commit the Forsaken Crossroads. I think at this point I'm just interested in tempo, so we just use the removal spell to kill a 1/1. And maybe I should have held it for Michiko and ignored the 1/1. That might have been pretty wrong. Might have been significantly wrong. No, my Diviner Fates. Yuck. That's a problem. Huh. Okay, Calim's good. So... Molten Impact kills Architect. Fable makes a chump blocker. Holding up Calim in case the opponent gets back another Portrait of Michiko. I guess I wouldn't have wanted to kill the portrait this turn anyway, because it would have gotten rebought by the Restoration. Jeez. So many puppers. I'm in trouble if they ever find a way to give that portrait trample. What is this? What instant speed pump spells do you have, opponent? Oh, this is the Wandering Emperor, huh? I can't risk the reflection. Can I risk the 2/2? I think I have to risk the 2/2. Oh. It's not, it's just a bluff. That's a flyer. That's another flyer? Okay, opponent, that's pretty disgusting. Okay, how do we handle this? I don't think I can. I have to find Vanishing Verse for the Catilda. An Infernal Grasp for the Cave. And then I still die? Because of the wedding festivity, huh? What if I... Vanishing Verse the wedding festivity, and then Infernal Grasp the Catilda? No, that still dies to the cave. So I guess I need them to not use the cave? Is the hope? What if I tap things down? If I tap things down, I have to do it pre-combat, and then they fire up the cave. If I tap down Cotilda and then let them go to combat, I swing with 4 things. No, I think it has to be this way. I let them swing with everything here. And then I just have to hit off of the connive. I find the Ray of Enfeeblement. Calim. That's too late to matter. Sorcery speed stuff doesn't matter. Finding Calim is irrelevant. Yeah, that's not good enough, huh? Yeah, if I'd found any instant speed spell there with the way they attacked, I could have lived for a turn. Bummer. Oh well. Alright. We have low cost removal, all of our colors of mana, and card advantage. That sounds like a good recipe. Playing against Esper, we have Ray of Enfeeblement now, which is just absolutely delightful. If my opponent wants to play a Diviner of Fates, I get to Ray of Enfeeblement it and be entirely satisfied with this exchange. Now let's see, do I start jamming Expressive Iterations, or do I just play it more slowly? I think I just play more slowly. We're gonna go with red here. Scry 1. Land? Yeah. Yeah, I've been really satisfied with the main deck Ray. It's super good against Diviner of Fates, and then there's just so many other times that you just want to have access to one of the millions of discard effects in this deck, so it's like, just totally fine. Expressive Iterations, but I want to counter that. No, cool. Then we'll take this Expressive Iteration and play a land, and we're just going to continue 2 for 1 in the opponent all day long. That's what we're here to do. Opponent cycles Calim? Nope. Cycles Raffine's Tower. Sure. Land drop and pass. Sure. Ooh, Celestis. That's exciting. Is Celestis better than Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, though? That's kind of difficult to believe. I mean, yeah, Fable of the Mirrorbreaker is giving them targets for removal spells, but that's fine. Okay, Bind Secrecy, sure. You have successfully 1-for-1'd me, opponent. I'm pretty okay with that. Undercity Plunder? Oh no. Alright, well, we're going to get rid of Strangle, and then we're going to get rid of Celestis. Opponent gets a 2-for-1. That's powerful. Strong for them. Meanwhile, I have 3 Expressive Iterations in hand, which is pretty good. Oh no. Well, this is bad. My Expressive Iteration is only a 1-for-1. Oh dear. What a failure. Lazel. Well, that's annoying. If opponent discards a card to Lazel, I get to Infernal Grasp it. And if they flicker it, they do not get the Specialize bonus. So I've got my 1-for-1. They can discard again, which unfortunately makes Molten Impact not kill it. If they choose not to Specialize again, they do Specialize again. Oh, and get back an Agent of Fates. Icky. That's no good. Alright, well, Expressive Iteration then. Strangle... Oh, is Strangle helpful? Let's see. No, not really. But the rest of this also isn't particularly helpful. Strangle might turn out to have some use at some point, so we'll just roll with it. Kill the Diviner of Fates. Wandering Emperor. Additional power on Lazel.
You started this fight, but I'm going to end it.
Okay.
We've got the edge in this fight.
Gonna go ahead and tap down that Lazel. Citystalker Connoisseur, not currently very good against Lazel. Not currently terrible against it either. Would love to find a Molten Impact to kill the Lazel, or any other removal spell that just straight up kills the Lazel. Molten Impact kills the Lazel. Could also choose to ignore the Lazel in favor of killing the Wandering Emperor. That's probably not correct. Fragment Reality, their own creature, huh? It gets a Lazel. Okay, yeah, that's pretty gross. That's an interesting use of Fragment Reality. That makes it quite a bit better than it would normally be in, like, just a random control deck.
Show them how we greet our enemies.
And there's the Tasha that I have not managed to find a copy of yet.
Ending it here.
I do have 2 copies in this deck, right? Yeah, I just have not seen one of those. Yeah, and they get the Calim. That might not be beatable. Yeah. That's a bummer. Okay, so they have a land in hand. And now Tasha starts upticking. How do we handle that? It's Diviner of Fates again. Now, unfortunately, because they have Wandering Emperor, their Calim beats mine. March on Citystalker. March on the 2/2?
We've got the edge in this fight.
Have to chump block. Play Calim. Take 8.
Closer.
Find a 1-mana removal spell for Diviner of Fates. Find a Tasha. What do they have in here? Oh, the Fragment Reality exiled their Lazel. That's so disgusting. Okay, play Calim, chump block, go to 1. Cycle Calim, tap Lazel. Yeah, I guess that's actually the plan, huh?
May the best mate win. Give it your best shot, adventurers.
This wasn't entirely unreasonable if I had actually managed to get their Lazel with Tasha.
Remember your training.
They can flicker the Lazel to deny me a card draw. They choose not to. Tasha takes 5 if they attack with both. No. Tasha takes 5 this way. Alright, so we take 1.
I bet you think you're so heroic.
Fable flips. I can Bloodchief Lazel. Because it didn't get cast. Right? Why does this not have flickered? Did it get flickered at some point already? Right, this is the one that got fragmented into play. Right. Okay, you can have the legendary Calim. It is now successfully untapped. Kill Lazel. That's pretty good. I believe I'm supposed to kill Diviner of Fates here rather than the Tasha. Diviner of Fates in play just seems way scarier. Calim tapping Reflection. I get to draw a card. Yeah, that's pretty gross. How many Calims in their graveyard? 1.
This is what you get for hurting my people.
Wandering Emperor kills my Kiki Jiki. So if I draw Calim, I can live a turn. I cannot. It's amazing how much this spiraled out of control from a single fragment reality. So, they specialize and just get to have the counterspell now, if they have the blue, which presumably they do. They do. So they get the negate back, meaning I need a creature. So I need to like draw into 2 Calims. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Okay. Jeez. The Fragment Reality is the last card into top deck Tasha, huh? Very, very, very harsh. Alright, here we have lots of 1-mana removal, Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, Calim. Don't currently have the ability to play Fable on 3, which is a little disappointing. But 1 untapped land fixes that. Turn 1 Lunarch Veteran, eh? Well, Tasha's pretty cute. How badly do I care about removing Lunarch Veteran? Probably badly enough. I want to be able to keep pace if my opponent just plays a 2-drop, I think. Or just have the option to play Fable of the Mirrorbreaker with no downside if I do hit an untapped land. And we do hit the untapped land. So we have the option to play Fable of the Mirrorbreaker with no downside. Trelasara, that I'm mostly completely fine with. I think I would just like to throw away 2 copies of Calim and see if we can't find another copy of Calim really quick. See what we can do. So I could play Trelasara here, or rather I could play Tasha here. I think I'd rather just play another Fable and kill the Trelasara though. I mean, having a bunch of mana sounds really fun. And so does digging to these 2-mana Calims. Hey, Drunken Vike. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate the support. Oh, resub even. I don't know why the chat one says sub instead of resub. Huh. Weird. Inspiring Overseer. Okay. Well, there's our big fancy Calim. That's exactly what we want. Do I want to discard any of these? No? I want every single one of these. I guess maybe I don't want Xander's Lounge. Part of me was thinking I didn't want to miss a land drop, but I guess, you know, it doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and just uptick Tasha against an Inspiring Overseer. So we're representing 11 damage. Not quite lethal yet. We're also representing Kiki-Jiki combo if the opponent doesn't do anything about it. I don't want to tap down Inspiring Overseer, because if the opponent decides to make the mistake of attacking with it, that's cool. So they have to get rid of the reflection of Kiki-Jiki that's in play here. They choose not to. They get rid of the Tasha, which was probably the least useful card in play. And then they kill their Inspiring Overseer. Right. So then we're gonna tap down the Prosperous Innkeeper, are we? Nah, let's tap down the Skyclave Apparition. I don't really care about a 4/4. Oh, wait, maybe I do, actually. Do we have lethal if I kill the Skyclave Apparition here? 4, 8, 8 plus 5 is 13. Not lethal. Okay. Well, still. I mostly want to kill the Skyclave Apparition. If I do top deck or remove a spell. Oh, hey, cool, Citystalker Connoisseur. That's a fun card to make copies of. Diviner of Fate's also fun to make copies of, but... Citystalker, I'd love an opponent to discard a card. Cool. Combat. Let's swing with all of these things. That's mostly fun. Play Diviner of Fates, draw a card at random. It's a land, cool. Play the land so I don't have to use a treasure. Go to the opponent's draw step, make them discard a card. I think they're probably dead. Prosperous Innkeeper results in them gaining a little bit of life, then they can get a creature back and gain a little bit of life. They take 5 damage in the air, so if they take 3 damage on the ground... Oh, no, they have a blocker for the flyer. Okay. Fair enough, opponent. There's a chance. Land isn't helpful. So let's go ahead and Diviner of Fates. See what that finds. Finds a Molten Impact. That's mostly pretty good. But, you know, I bet we could probably do better. Oh, okay, we're done. I wanted to convert the Molten Impact into 2 Molten Impacts. Oh well. Alright. Mana's pretty excellent. We lack the ability to play something on 2, which could be concerning if our opponent is an aggressive deck. They do start off being mono-red on the play, so unfortunately that does count as somewhat aggressive. We would very much like to draw an untapped land so that I can Molten Impact. Lacking that capacity. A little concerning. Regrettably. Not a very good draw to be on the draw with. What do you do? Okay. Luckily, Bloodchief's Thirst is pretty good. Very, very, very good draw. What do we want to remove here? Feel like we want to remove this tiefling. And that big spender. And then kill the etchings of the Kamado. Alright, that's reasonable-ish. Play with fire. Okay. Best case scenario, we hit the untap land and get to play Tasha and just uptick. We instead hit a tap land. I think I'm incentivized to just hold up Vanishing Verse here over everything else, to be entirely honest. Not in love with this Infernal Grasp. Ambergris. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Tasha, uptick. How much time does this buy us?
Don't try anything cheeky now.
Pass the torch. Tasha takes damage. Okay, well, Tasha's allowed to take damage.
Beware. I know some sickening magic.
Guess we're just gonna play untap lands from here on out. That was actually a pretty decent Expressive Iteration. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, put some creatures in play. Yeah, they get a treasure and kill our thingy. Almost kill it. Beginning of your upkeep, this creature deals 1 damage to you. Oh, bummer.
You got lucky, that's all.
Wow. That's pretty good. Stops it from blocking, makes it permanently do damage to me? Well, we're gonna make the opponent discard a card. Oh, wow. Another steal spell. Scary. I kind of feel like I should Molten Impact my own Goblin Shaman. But I don't know if I should do that this turn. If I can just accept taking 1 damage. For the sake of getting a mana next turn? No, because doing this now also essentially nets me a mana. By virtue of spending this mana. Alright, so Fable comes back. We got the Citystalker Connoisseur lock at some point. Expressive Iteration kills the new outcasts. Ooh. Hey, cool. All of these cards are real cards that are good. Let's just play creatures to the board now. Diviner of Fates. Draws a card. Discards a land. I suppose it probably doesn't matter. Play a land. Strangle. Combat. Start racing our opponent. Alright. Molten Impact. Successfully bailing us out of awkward situations once again. Opponent trades Den of the Bugbear with Diviner of Fates. Fine by me. Blood token, discard a land. Get a land, and another card. Set to stop an opponent's draw step. Yeah. Game basically over at that point if they don't have... Well, actually, they could have top-decked a Shock. And when I went to make a copy of Citystalker Connoisseur, they could have shocked the Citystalker with the Molten Impact. So they weren't actually locked out. They were just going to be very unhappy when I play Celestis to start gaining life and Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. That part was going to make them sad. Actually, I probably wouldn't have even played Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. I think the right move there would have been to play Fable, or play Celestis, play untap Forsaken Crossroads, gain a life by making it night. No, my life total's fine. I'm not worried about burn. It was still correct to play Celestis Fable. Alright, we're on the draw, but the hand has Molten Impact and Expressive Iteration, so I think we're pretty happy with this. We do have to put Forsaken Crossroads on red, which isn't my favorite. Don't want Celestis when we do want lands. How's the Esper matchup? It's felt good so far. Worse in best of 1 than it is in best of 3. It's felt very good in best of 3. Big spender. Sure. Blue Source, Molten Impact. Would love the opponent to play, like, something that I could Molten Impact? No? Okay. Well, luckily for me, I don't end up having to Expressive Iteration because we draw into the untapped land. I love when things go perfectly. So now the opponent's free to use a removal spell on the 2/2 if they want to. That's still card advantage in my favor. I'm very curious that the mono-red opponent decided to on 3 untapped mana on turn 3 after having only played 2 spells just pass. Play with fire to face instead of the 2/2. And that definitely implies they've got Raiju stuff going on. Yeah, which can put counters on itself, right? Yeah. Which makes this Molten Impact not so great, unfortunately. But it makes this Molten Impact very good, thankfully. Let's go with getting rid of the Fable. And I guess getting rid of the Calim? I could also make this Strangle pretty good. Huh. I think I want to kill the Raiju with Strangle so that I can play Citystalker Connoisseur this turn. I'd rather have double black or double red. I'd probably rather have double red, considering how many red spells I have in hand right now. I could also opt to not play the Strangle. I don't think that I'm willing to do that. Too much risk they have another Traumatic Prank. If they animate Djinn, I'm happy to trade with Citystalker. No, just Molten Impact. That's fine too. Flip the Fable. Calim can't tap down Den of the Bugbear. So let's Expressive Iteration and see what we find. We find good cards. I think I'm happy to have an Infernal Grasp right now. I imagine the opponent's going to fire up Djinn and then I Infernal Grasp it. Current record? I'm not sure. This is a mistake. They're supposed to Molten Impact the Reflection so that their next Molten Impact has 3 damage floating. Now instead it has 2 damage floating, because they don't have any way to utilize the last 1 point of damage here. I'm gonna hard cast Calim, which I guess means that I don't really have an incentive to do anything else here. I could have blood token like sacrificed Molten Impact, but I don't really think that's necessary. Oh, maybe this was a mistake? Maybe I was supposed to wait until I could Infernal Grasp Calim in response to a Threaten? I would have gone down to 5. I mean, I'm still winning that race, even if they threaten the Calim. It's probably fine. It's very easy to tunnel vision into cycling the Calim, because it's easy to think that the 4-color deck just can't play the triple blue spell, and yet somehow it's very easy for this deck to play the triple blue spell. With all of the treasures and the fact that all of our tap land or all of our triomes make blue. Yeah, I don't know what your outs are here, opponent. Seems pretty tricky. I think at this point I do get rid of the Molten Impact. It's just not the most necessary. Expressive Iteration finds. Yeah, Diviner of Fates is cool. Alright, let's go ahead and attack. Put the opponent on lethal next turn. Play a Diviner of Fates, because why not? Citystalker sounds pretty cool. Calim sounds pretty cool. How many Calims do I have in the graveyard? One? Okay, so here's the plan. We discard Calim, we switch these triggers, Diviner of Fates gives us maximum chances to draw into the other Calim. That way, if the opponent draws Threaten and steals Calim, which doesn't actually work because they're dead, but I get to fizzle their Threaten by putting the other Calim into play. Totally useless, but very cute, right? The opponent plays Djinn. Nope. Okay. Well, I don't think doing 1 damage to me stops them from being dead on board. So I'm going to choose to attack with all of my creatures. Den of the Bugbear animates tapped. I would like to kill the Den of the Bugbear before it blocks. And then kill the opponent. Alright. This is not the best mana, unfortunately. So this is going to be kind of awkward. Jetmir's Garden, huh? Okay. Haunted Reach is actually a pretty good top deck, because it means I can play turn 2 Ray of Enfeeblement and turn 3 Expressive Iteration if I want to. Innkeeper. Okay. Turn 2 blue, scry, Sundown Pass. I don't think I really need more lands right now, though. What kind of deck is this? Jetmir's Garden. Innkeeper Poke. Most of the Naya decks I know are the combo-y ones. Thalia. Icky. But they missed a land drop. So I guess we're doing Diviner of Fates stuff. I really don't want these Fables. Kinda just want to discard Calim and find more Calims. Good work, deck. Perfect job. Apparition, getting rid of Diviner of Fates, which gives us the ability to Ray of Enfeeblement to get a 3/3. Opponent's also not hitting land drops, which I imagine is pretty bad for them. There's nothing suspicious about my mana here, opponent. Not even the part where it's like an unholy mess. Okay, so life gain aggro, huh? Alright. Will there be any attacking? Yeah, that is the correct attack. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to kill the Thalia, because I want to just cast Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. But I'm pretty sure I'm also supposed to cycle the Calim. I don't want to Infernal Grasp Skyclave Apparition. Maybe I'm supposed to just to have... No, because I'm supposed to Infernal Grasp the Voice of the Blessed. Okay. This is reasonable. Now we got a 2-2 to block the Skyclave Apparition. Our opponent's kind of just not making land drops, which is bad. If they want to use their mana to somehow win this combat, that's fine. Otherwise, I get a 3-3, which is also cool. Lunarch Veteran, sure. Lunarch Veteran, sure. So when they find their next Voice of the Blessed or something, that's going to be kind of awkward. Tasha's good, but not actually, like, meaningful. Okay, Calim to hand. Strangle to play. But I lack a blue source. That's kind of a problem. Whoa! Did not mean to cycle that. Wanted to play that. Okay. Huh. That hopefully isn't too detrimental. Okay, it was not. So, Tasha, uptick, swing for 3.
Best shot, adventurers.
Opponent's kind of just busy having a non-functional game of Magic. I would rather have been the player who made the misclick than the player who was stuck on 3 lands. Yes. I legitimately am not sure which thing they're supposed to go for here. They decide to go for the Tasha. Okay.
This rare moment.
Understandablish. Another Tasha. Sure. Combat. Swings. Tasha. Uptick.
Beware.
Land drop.
I know some
Fable.
magic.
More blockers, more pressure. It wouldn't be a game of Magic Arena if it didn't have the sound die, like, constantly, right? Welcoming Vampire. Okay. Yeah. I somehow doubt they will do any attacking. Would I rather pressure my opponent's life total or get more mana? Considering I have infinity mana, I'm probably supposed to pressure my opponent's life total. I may discard cards. I will choose to discard Calim. Not the most excited about the land, but, you know, here we are. We're gonna get rid of the Welcoming Vampire, because I don't want my opponent drawing lands.
Give it your best shot, adventurers.
Also lets me clock faster by swinging with the Goblin. Opponent down to 8. Skyclave Apparition represents 1 damage on Tasha. Inquisitor Captain could represent a lot of things. Apparition gets rid of Tasha, presumably. Gain some life. Alright, this is losable. Well, okay. Having drawn Citystalker, this is now suddenly a lot less losable. Opponent discards their highest mana cost card. They will do so again. We will Blood Token, discard Needleverge Pathway. Strangle's pretty cool. Card I most want to kill is probably Scapuration. Yeah. At that point, the game is over. I'm kind of embarrassed by how close that wound up feeling, but it's a little unusual that we don't find much in the way of card advantage like that. Now this is a pretty weird hand. I think I have to keep it, but this is not going to be great if the opponent's actually aggressive. Unfortunately, the opponent's actually aggressive. Blue, Scry, Diviner of Fates. I do need a 3-drop. Okay. Oh, not getting to play a removal spell here is painful. We're gonna fall pretty far behind on tempo. And the opponent's curve out has kind of been perfect, so yeah, it's great. Not good. Not good at all. I think I'm dead. Okay, Calim draw is good, but I need something that kills the Adeline. The 1 mana spell would be preferable. Jesus. No, I'm basically dead. Yeah, that's, 0 removal spells, alright. Harsh. This is exactly the matchup that I wanted to see, too. That's a pain to get it on the draw and without any removal spells. This is like exactly the kind of thing that Molten Impact, or whatever the name of that spell is like hyper well situated to deal with. Alas. If I'm not mistaken, is this a rematch? Is this the opponent we just played? And if so, that will be delightful. Boy. Cool. Cat hair in the mouth. Because this is a hand that absolutely stomps mono white. It's not the player we just played against? Oh, bummer. Indeed, it is not. Blue, scry, not land, thank you. Would love to find just a card advantage 3-drop. Thank you, deck. Would love to have my Diviner of Fates not get removed. Oh. Oh well. Very well then. Mind Spike says the opponent take Tasha. Pass, leave me with only Molten Impacts. Okay. Well, that's a pretty bad spot to be in. Especially if we wind up flooding out. Which seems possible. Wandering Emperor is not exciting.
Run away. You'll be safe. Keep watch for intruders.
Okay.
Guards, to me.
I don't hate Wandering Emperor down-ticking twice. Undercity Plunder. Harsh, but okay. A lot of 2-for-1s. Citystalker Connoisseur, not very good at a point where the opponent just winds up getting Mascot Exhibition removed. So we kill the Samurai first, and then we kill the Emperor, pinging the Samurai.
Our swords will cross again.
Yikes! Alright, play Fable, try to play around a counter unless I pay 2. More Wandering Emperors. Okay.
Anyone who harms my people, we must protect the people.
Maybe I shouldn't have given them the opportunity to play the 7-drop. Tasha, down tick, get back our 5/6. Of course.
I love feedback on which
Oh,
spell
no, get back our...
I've made
Well,
some
yeah, have to give them the
improvements
Calim,
over
that's
the
better than giving them the
old
Diviner. Yeah, that protects the Wandering Emperor pretty good.
Keep watch for
Regrettably.
intruders.
I'll block the 1/1 for free. No discards. Expressive Iteration finds Calim, which means I have 2 spells to hit a land to play the Citystalker. But more importantly, Expressive Iteration kills the Tasha, which is kind of necessary.
Curses on you!
Could take Molten Impact to kill the Wandering Emperor. I don't think I can beat Mascot Exhibition plus Calim, though, so I don't think I have that option. Okay, so they can Wandering Emperor, uptick on a 2/2, and attack for 8.
We've got the edge in this fight.
So ideally we find a 1-mana removal spell for this 3/3. Get to attack Wandering Emperor with both creatures. Hopefully the opponent's cards in hand aren't useful. Unfortunately, no such luck. I really needed the Citystalker to not die attacking the Wandering Emperor. That's no good. No, that's just not acceptable. Alright. So currently, if they have no interaction, we go to 1. And I need to top deck a removal spell for Calim. They have a removal spell for Calim, so if their attacks go wrong... No, I'm just on double chump.
I have got new moves to
Well,
teach
one
you.
trade, one chump. Yeah. What rotten luck. Just not successfully finding the card advantage, huh? Tasha's consistently been the thing that, like, gets top-decked and instantly kills me. That's an honestly pretty big downside to running Calim. But I guess in that sense, I've kind of gotten unlucky that the opponent hasn't ever drawn a Calim. Alright, we get to be on the play. We get to have a 2-mana removal spell. We get to have a turn 3 play. Well, do we actually? I can't go Vanishing Verse into Expressive Iteration, which is a little awkward. Do I want to set up for turn 3 Expressive Iteration? Or do I want to hold up Vanishing Verse? I'll just set up for Expressive Iteration, and then if we need to hold up Vanishing Verse, we'll hold up Vanishing Verse. Does Useful Valkyrie make me want to hold up Vanishing Verse? Not really. Or our Expressive Iteration could whiff. That's pretty bad. Not particularly good. Yep, there's the Righteous Valkyrie. That's the very good magic card. Oh dear. I think I'm supposed to just jam Tasha, but we're definitely beginning to fall pretty far behind here.
This fight will be relaxing.
The fact that Vanishing Verse doesn't kill a creature so that I can reanimate with Tasha is actually kind of a pretty significant downside right now. Yep, there's the Righteous Valkyrie. That's what I really didn't want to play against. So they do 3 damage to Tasha. Notably, this makes one of the Righteous Valkyries die to Strangle, which would be a big deal. Okay, Bloodchief's Thirst is cool. Meaning I could kill the Youthful Valkyrie and hold up Vanishing Verse. Unfortunately, they're going to gain enough life that they pump one of the Righteous Valkyries. Luckily, that doesn't kill Tasha if I Vanishing Verse the other Righteous Valkyrie. We have double white, we have double black. So as long as I do this on either black or white, we're probably fine. I'd probably rather do black. Yeah, Expressive Iteration's fine. Okay. Alright. This isn't necessarily terrible. That's actually kind of terrible. Very well. Might as well deny the opponent the ability to gain additional life, because I'm targeting this Righteous Valkyrie no matter what. And this doesn't really change how I bait them into attacking in any meaningful way. Oh gosh, that actually, the counter results in the Righteous Valkyrie killing Natasha. Cool.
I'll brew something awful.
Cool. Alright. Well, Expressive Iteration then. Finds an Expressive Iteration and a land. I can live with that, I guess. I can't really live with that. How about it, opponent? No more angels? Did my opponent really curve out 5-mana angel into 6-mana angel? Wow. Good game, says they. I'm not entirely convinced of that. Should have played a land so that I didn't have to play this on black. Because not playing it on blue is actually a pretty significant cost. So 4 damage a turn. Okay, Diviner of Fates. Connive, draw a land, play this on white, play the other Diviner of Fates, have the blood token for their turn. Was really hoping to draw something better than a land. Book of Exalted Deeds. Alright, that's not actually a problem. But if I find a removal spell for Shepherds of the Cosmos, I'm dead if they find an angel. I kind of wonder if I don't want to crack this blood token. That way if I draw a sorcery, I can discard the sorcery to the blood token. Maybe that's correct. Doing it now draws me 1 card and also filters my deck of 2 lands. Strangle is a good draw. Molten Impact's a good draw. So I have 6 sorceries, and if I draw any of those 6 sorceries with the blood token, then I kill both of my opponent's creatures. I have 1 instant. I think I'm supposed to try to draw a sorcery. Perfect. Okay, sweet. So blood token, discarding Strangle. Draw 2 sorceries. Draw Molten Impact, draw Molten Impact. Play red source. Molten Impact the Shepherd. Molten Impact the Valkyrie. Play Tasha. Downtick Tasha for a creature. Should have done this before killing the Youthful Valkyrie. Lower opponent's life total. Have Chump Blocker. Whew. Okay. If the opponent doesn't draw a creature this turn, I'm really going to outpace them with Tasha making Chump Blockers. Or they could top deck a board wipe that blows up everything. Okay, fair. That's a card you're allowed to play. I have to play this land so I have triple blue to hardcast Calim next turn. Two for Lifelinker. Okay. Cycle Tower. See if we get something meaningful. We do not. Alright, play our 5/6 flyer. Hope they don't find a removal spell that... Well, I mean, like, any removal spell is good enough, really. Two lethal threats. Sure. Alright, not two lethal threats, actually, because I can activate this at sorcery speed, gain a life, loot away a land. Yep. Sure. 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 Loot, find a land, sure. Draw a land, sure. Loot, find an Infernal Grasp that I'm not allowed to use, okay. Let's see, if I activate Celestis now, I've cast no spells. I'll go up to 3, which lets me cast Infernal Grasp. Do I have any 1-mana spells I can draw? I can draw Strangle. So I think I have to do this now and draw Strangle in order to live. Calim. Oh, does that actually keep me alive? I think that keeps me alive. Okay. Let's get to a removal spell. Okay, no attacks. So I want to tap down the Inspiring Overseer because I want to kill the other 2. If they cast a spell that draws a card... They can reanimate something with Cleric class. Can they get anything that matters? They can get back Righteous Valkyrie. So if they do that, I actually have to Infernal Grasp the Angel Warrior. That's no good. Then I can't bait them into attacking. Oh, no, wait. I have a Molten Impact trigger still happening. So I actually could still bait them into attacking. But I would need to... Ah, shoot. What's the ordering on this? Infernal Grasp, they activate... I kill Inspiring Overseer. I tap. There's no good way of doing this. Dang it. I think I have to do it this way, unfortunately. I think this is the only way I bait them into running one of their creatures into Calim. What do they gain life for? Why are they gaining life? You gain life equal to its... Oh, that's so dumb. Okay, cool. That's the wrong creature for them to have chosen anyway. An actual factual land. Okay, so we block here. We Infernal Grasp of the Valkyrie. We ping the Overseer. I get to pump this to a 5/5. We draw a bunch of lands, because that's in character right now. Calim, okay. Get rid of a land. Pass. Draw, gain a life. Get rid of a land. Angels gain double strike until end of turn. Flying, lifelink, hexproof from planeswalkers. Okay. That's fine. I would like them to swing with the 5/5 and trade with Calim, since I have another Calim. That's actually better for me than them sitting around with a 5/5 that the next time they gain life turns into a 6/6. Alright, so we get to play Calim. We get to play Fable. We get to loot and gain a life. I get to get rid of Fable, keep the Citystalker, so that the Citystalker represents an upkeep block eventually. Oh, gosh. I am blown away by how hard I'm having to work this game. Do I want to draw a card? Decline. I don't want to discard either of these cards. I don't want to discard either of these cards. Okay. Go to day, because I want to gain life. Decline. Do I play the Citystalker, or do I wait in case the opponent sandbags something? I think I wait. Oh, does having the blood token matter? Having the blood token might... No. I wait, because the opponent could play another Ondu inversion once again. Okay, Fable flips. We play Citystalker. Opponent has one draw step to draw something relevant. We blow up Eradicator Valkyrie. One draw step, opponent. Please don't kill me. And by please don't kill me, I mostly mean please don't top deck a board wipe. Did we do it? Did we do it? I'm not even willing to attack with Citystalker. I'm not willing to take that risk. Oh no, shoot, brain. This isn't the right timing. I'm supposed to do that in the draw step. I set this stop and I think it's the draw step, and then it tricks me by being the upkeep every time. Jada. Okay, not punished. Oh, brain. Let's not punt this away at this final hour, shall we? But we know that card in hand is a land now. 13 cards left in deck. So now I can actually attack with Citystalker. Decline. Draw step. Citystalker. Discard. It's a land. Do I have lethal? 5/5. Yes? Yes. Lethal. Ugh. Jeez. It could have been Iganjo. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That absolutely could have been Iganjo, and I wasn't supposed to attack with the 3/3. You're super, super right. That was very bad. Very, very bad. 100 card angels? Oh, no kidding. 100 card angels. Okay. Did we see them play a duplicate of a single card? Was this singleton angels? No, they played 2 Righteous Valkyries, right? They played 2 Righteous Valkyries. Okay. Alright, Molten Impact, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That's a keep. Ooh, and the opponent's even kind enough to play a 1-drop? How generous. Tainted Adversary? Oh, and I can't even Expressive Iteration it? What a shame. Alright, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So now when the opponent plays their next creature, I can Molten Impact, killing Tainted Adversary. Shambling Ghast, pump the Champion of the Parish, understandable. No blocks. Oh, and Expressive Iteration too. Delightful. Alright, I think we could discard Calim, happily. And the Blightstep Pathway, probably? No, probably the Needleverge Pathway, because there's a higher chance that I want double black than a double white. Strangle, delightful. I think I attack with my 2/2. I actually actively want to trade if they're willing to take the trade. Yeah, this denies them a treasure, I get a treasure, they lose a creature. No, they choose to make a treasure. Oh, shoot, I wasn't actually anticipating that. Alright, well, let's go ahead and Expressive Iteration then. Blowing up the Tainted Adversary. I think it's unlikely that the opponent... Ooh, cool. I think it's unlikely the opponent has a way to pump the Champion of the Parish in instant speed. Let's go ahead and Molten Impact again. 2-for-1s, 2-for-1s. I like 2-for-1s. Have I played a single card yet that isn't a 2-for-1? I have not. I have only played 2-for-1s. Opponent has a Graph Reaver, which I will be incentivized to Molten Impact. So let's start off with Expressive Iteration, pinging the Graph Reaver. We find Calim and Vanishing Verse. I mean, I don't really want the Calim. I do want the Vanishing Verse, but I don't actually want to cast it this turn, because I want to have the Molten Impact floating around. But I do want more card advantage. I guess I could just not take the Vanishing Verse. Okay. We'll just not take the Vanishing Verse. And then we Molten Impact the Graph Reaver, floating 3 damage for the next thing they play. Get our treasure so we can hardcast Calim at some point if we feel like it. Molten Impact is a pretty good card, yeah. 2-mana removal spell that hits a lot of stuff that also just happens to be, you know, a 2-for-1 some of the time is pretty good. Alright, we are going to sack the Goblin Shaman so our opponent draws fewer cards. And then we are going to sack the Reflections, and then the opponent's going to draw a card. So, they successfully got us on that one. This also means I'm definitely not going to hardcast the Calim anytime soon. Not into the Invoke Despair deck. Hopefully the opponent isn't packing too many Invoke Despair decks or Invoke Despairs in their aggro deck. I believe I'm just supposed to cycle Calim. Getting us closer to the next Calim that gets to go be put into play. And also has the chance to, you know, draw a 2-for-1. Draws a removal spell. Not quite a 2-for-1. Blue, scry. That possibly should have been white. Don't want the land. Okay. Well, we know we're drawing towards Calim relatively soon. I do, unfortunately, have to waste this Infernal Grasp, because I don't want them exiling a Calim. I mean, the good news is this Infernal Grasp doesn't cost 2 life. The bad news is I would have preferred if they had played a creature first. Cycle Xander's Lounge, find a Citystalker, play a Citystalker, opponent discards a card. I do like 2-for-1s, they make me happy. Tainted Adversary, happy to see it go. Using the blood token, I can draw into the Calim next turn, if that's what we feel like doing. I'm very glad I took the Calim over the Vanishing Verse at this point. They kill our Citystalker Connoisseur. Okay. Land drop, which is what we're going to discard to the blood token for the Calim. Do I want to do the Calim at sorcery speed? Exposes it to more removal, but I don't really care if it gets removed and has the opportunity to draw me into something else that I want to play at sorcery speed. I think that's actually worthwhile to me. Play around this drawing into, like, an Expressive Iteration or a Tasha. That works. I think we're going to just start upticking this. I don't believe I'm supposed to downtick it and just get a Shambling Ghast back. Although, actually, maybe I am supposed to play around Invoke Despair. Huh. Curious. Alright. Raffine's Tower cycle finds... Opponent has something they might want to do in response. Probably don't have anything they actually want to do in response, though. I do believe I'm actually supposed to downtick this Tasha. And I should have done that last turn. Oh, opponent! I'm allowed to pay for Tainted Adversary? That's kind of you. Don't want to do this again. I mean, that'd be so fun. I don't think I'm supposed to. I think I'm supposed to wipe their board. Just once. You sure know how to tempt someone, opponent. Alright. Then we'll go to combat, swing with Calim, kill the Champion of the Perished and Jadar with Strangles. Yeah, I don't know why they gave me Tainted Adversary. That doesn't really make sense to me. I'm not sure I can figure out the reason behind that, but perhaps we shall see. I mean, it feels a lot like Shambling Ghast is the thing they ought to have given me. Or the Champion of the Parish, since I don't really have zombies, and it would just have been a 1/1. Is this lethal? It is not. We are off by 1. So we will wait until next turn. Okay, opponent successfully takes only 1 damage. So we have lethal next turn, if they don't do anything. Happy to get rid of a land. Fell Stinger. Alright, that gains the opponent a life. No, it doesn't. It does 1 damage to me. But also they lose life. Alright. Well, land drop is nothing. So... Molten Impact the Fell Stinger, swing for lethal? What say you, opponent? Opponent says bleh. Lovely. Alright, so no white source for Diviner of Fates, but we have Molten Impact and Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. So, like, definitely still a keep. We have Strangle to play on turn 2, letting us play the Xander's Lounge. That's a delightful top deck. Luminarch Aspirant. Wow, that dies to Strangle. Unless... Nah, I don't think I should actually Molten Impact right away. I think we hold the Molten Impact. The discard spell isn't a 2-for-1. The 2-mana discard spell is the 2-for-1. But I cut them all because I thought I was going to be playing against too many aggro decks. Archon of Emeria. Non-basic lands your opponent's control enter the battlefield tapped. How disappointing. Alright, well, if I can't Fable, then I guess I Xander's Lounge. I don't know if I'm actually supposed to Molten Impact this thing, though. 1 mana doesn't necessarily kill a ton of white creatures. Holding up Infernal Grasp on the opponent's turn could be interesting, though. No, I'm probably supposed to Molten Impact. I've got a lot of things I can do to avoid playing this Molten Impact trigger, if needs be. And it, like, gives us some protection against Thalia, which is nice. Legion Angel. Okay. That's pretty annoying. think I'm just playing Calim next turn, then. I think that's supposed to be my anti-Legion Angel plan. I guess alternatively, if they block the 2/2 with a Legion Angel, then I can Infernal Grasp one Legion Angel and finish off the other Legion Angel with a Molten Impact. Which still gives the opponent a lot of card advantage, but allows me to develop Diviner of Fates, which is pretty appealing. I'd like to draw Calim so I can discard one to Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. Oh, no, just Scapuration on the Fable. Cool. Okay. I'm more than fine with that. Thalia. Sure. Ooh, Molten Impact, huh? Tempting, 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 tempting. Yeah, that's probably the right thing to do. Molten Impact the Legion Angel. No, what's the right way to do this? I don't know if there's actually a clean way to do this. I guess I just pass with Infernal Grasp held up. Oh, wait, no, I get to play Diviner of Fates because I'm going to get a treasure. That's the right way to do this. And then I can discard Infernal Grasps to Diviner of Fates and get a better removal spell. Oh yeah, opponent, I want you to make that trade so badly. Alternatively, I could discard Calim to Diviner of Fates, but I think I'm supposed to try to hardcast Calim next turn. Not the removal spell I wanted, but we'll take it. More Legion Angels, yeah. Ooh, more Diviner of Fates. That's appealing. Okay. Well, maybe the plan isn't to just hardcast Calim then. The opponent blocks with Legion Angel. I've got one Molten Impact damage floating. I can't really discard Vanishing Verse to Diviner of Fates because I've only got one instant left in the deck. So I think I'm actually potentially going to discard Calim here. Or I can discard this sorcery. That's probably better. Because then I can discard Calim on my opponent's turn. Yeah, that's way better. Ooh, drawing Strangle is so much better than having to use Vanishing Verse. Oh, I can even Molten Impact? Actually, I don't think I want a Molten Impact here. I think I want a Molten Impact later. Alright, so let's Strangle the Skyclave, Molten Impact the Legion Angel. I love how my opponents played, like, every Legion Angel out of the sideboard. And, like, that feels like it should be some kind of card advantage that matters, and just super duper isn't. Oh, I could have attacked for 3. Oh well. No, no, not my 3/3. I'd like to save the Vanishing Verse for the Cave of the Frost Dragons, probably. Yep, there's a Legion Angel. It gets more Legion Angels. That's fine. We're going to tap down this Legion Angel. And then we're going to probably go seek a bunch of Calims. Oh, or a Citystalker Connoisseur. Oh, and a Tasha? Okay, well, let's see. How are we doing this, then? Citystalker discards Legion Angel, stops that thing from happening. Play the land. Molten Impact, the Legion Angel. Use the blood token to discard a Citystalker Connoisseur to draw 2 cards. Also have the option to Vanishing Verse the Cave of the Frost Dragons if they animate it. They play Archon instead. Does that affect anything? No. Alright, blood token, discard Citystalker, seek 2 creatures, draw a card. Nine damage, not quite lethal yet. How many Calims do we got in the yard? 1, but we'll probably get a second off the Diviner Fates, and I got plenty of blue mana. So let's go ahead and play... Oh, wait, no. Swings first, because that's actually going to enter tapped. And they might block with Archon. Faceless Haven block. Sure, that's fine. I forgot this got nerfed. Double block, says opponent. Okay, well, in that case, I guess I Vanishing Verse the Archon. I don't want to lose my Diviner Fates. That would mean I draw fewer cards. That wouldn't be fun. But now I'm 1 mana short if I Tasha from putting Calim into play. That sounds bad. Alright, then we're just gonna play a land, cycle Raffine's Tower, draw 2 lands, and then cycle Calim twice on the opponent's turn. That sounds like fun. I don't think the opponent's getting out of this. I get to tap down 2 creatures, put a 5/6 into play. This seems pretty good. I don't love that we can't play anything on turn 2 here, but like the mana is too good to pass up, and we can always, you know, draw something we can do on turn 2. There's like 5 things in the deck that we could draw. No such luck. Okay, so we Forsaken Crossroads, probably on blue here, I think? Molten Impact is probably going to be good against red at some point. Yeah, I'm willing to believe that. Big spender. Yup. Take some damage. Now, do I Molten Impact here? Do I Fable? Or do I Diviner of Fates? Diviner of Fates is the thing that I think is the most likely to, like, stop my opponent from being able to attack. But what do I do if their response to Diviner of Fates is to steal it? Then I'm taking a lot of damage, I have no way to remove the Diviner of Fates, and... It's just not necessarily stellar. I could play Fable, but I think that's just worse than Diviner of Fates when I need to block. I could also just Molten Impact the Big Spender and play a land, but then I don't have a good play next turn, because next turn I kind of want a Molten Impact plus Expressive Iteration. Oh. Wrong land. Needed white mana. Okay. Well, that kind of decides my play for me. Whoops. Got so distracted thinking about what to do that I didn't necessarily think about which land I needed to play to do it. Mephit's Enthusiasm. So that would have mostly been the same if I had played Diviner of Fates. The Molten Impact is not helpful here, unfortunately. which does mean I'm kind of just playing a bad Expressive Iteration here. That's a shame. Bummer that I have to play an Expressive Iteration that's only an Anticipate plus a kill spell. Ooh. I really want the Vanishing Verse, but I believe that it's actually just more correct to take the land so that I can go Diviner of Fates plus Molten Impact next turn. I think I'd rather have Vanishing Verse in my deck so that I can grab that with Diviner of Fates than a basic. If my opponent fields have ruined me, then I'm definitely regretting my choice, but I think that's still correct. Bloodthirsty Adversary with additional power. Yep. Tiefling Outcast. Life total low, but Fable flips. Diviner of Fates draws a land. I don't really want more lands. But I want this to be bigger, so I think we just discard the Fable and draw the Fable. And then kill the adversary. Okay. So if they can steal the Diviner of Fates here, I'm in trouble. They can steal the Diviner of Fates here, and I'm in trouble. They attack with both. Kind of forces me to block with Kiki. I go to 1 if I don't block Diviner. Yeah, that's the one card I really needed them to not have. Okay, we get rid of Expressive, draw 2 sorceries, try to remove Diviner of Fates. Don't successfully get to remove Diviner of Fates this turn, have to do it next turn, die to a burn spell. Bummer. No way to beat another threaten. Well, that's not entirely true. I could Expressive Iteration into a 1-mana removal spell. Or I could fail that. They have another threaten, they say. I mean, having the 1-mana instant speed removal spell here would still beat a threaten, but yeah. I don't get to beat perfect draws. Ah! Bummer. Alright, well... we're on the draw with no removal spell, which means this is pretty bad. But the mana's too good to throw away. And we're playing against red. This is not a hand that really gets to beat that, unfortunately. So that's a very, very, very bad sign. Turn 2 Bloodthirsty Adversary instead of Tiefling Outcasts. I guess if they have no other 1-drop, that kind of tracks. No removal spells? 0 removal spells. Oh dear. I wonder if I should have untapped that and held up Calim instead of trying to scry. I should have. Saving 2 life was worthwhile. 3 life is more worthwhile. Yeah, I don't have draws from here that win. I don't think. I mean, maybe I do. I do get to play the Tasha, so... hypothetically, if their hand is really bad, there's a chance. Nope, that's just lethal. I wonder if I just need to mulligan for hands that always do something against aggro if I'm on the draw. Maybe that's the right move? So what's been consistently happening is, like, every loss is to an aggro deck where I'm on the draw after keeping a hand that wasn't stellar against aggro. Alright, 1-drop removal spell, 2-drop removal spell. That's a plan. Opponent says Scoured Barrens turn 1. Okay. Luminarch Aspirant is pretty Ray of Enfeeblementable. Voice of the Blessed, says the opponent. You know what, you can have your Voice of the Blessed. I think I'd rather kill your Luminarch Aspirant. And delightfully, that gives me the correct mana to play Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Slowly try to set ourselves up for Tasha with Infernal Grasp backup. Foretell says the black-white aggro opponent who missed a land drop. Okay. I don't actually really want to discard any of these cards right now. I feel fine about where I'm at. You want to block, opponent? Is that what you're thinking about? Okay. Well, let's just keep playing more Fable of the Mirror Breakers. And I'll keep building up treasures to do a bunch of 2-for-1s with. If they don't want to do anything in the meantime, I think that works for me. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Okay. Sure. I mean, I don't actually think that I care very much about Tasha here. And I do sort of care about Infernal Grasp. I mean, Diviner of Fates is probably enough card advantage, right? We're going to go with Fable of the Mirror Breaker, successfully flips. The other Fable discards a land, draws a land, play Diviner. Draw a card, discard Calim, make Diviner bigger, draw a creature. It's a Diviner. Maybe I should have actually kept the Calim and just discarded the land so that I could choose to discard Calim on their turn to net more cards. It worked out because drawing Diviner was the thing that actually rewarded this choice, but I think maybe that was a mistake. Alright, let's go with attack with these two. I can't really discard Infernal Grasp to Diviner of Fates. I mean, I can, but all I do is draw 1 Vanishing Verse, which isn't really what I want to do. I want to draw more cards. So we Diviner of Fates, we discard a land, draw 2 lands. Oh no, only draw 1 land? Oh, right. That's how that works. Yeah. Because this is a second Diviner. My brain was operating as if this Diviner of Fates that I had just played was one that I was putting into play with Kiki Jiki on the opponent's turn, but not how it's working. Still, I think thinning my deck of a land is better than thinning my deck of a removal spell. Voice of the Blessed, sure. Counters for the opponent. Fable flips. Activate Kiki Jiki. Copy Diviner of Fates. Hopefully draw a sorcery. We draw an instant. That's not useful. Okay, discard a land. Seek 3 lands. No Triome. Wow. Okay. Bummer. Well then, let's go ahead and Vanishing Verse, a Voice of the Blessed, and Infernal Grasp, a Voice of the Blessed, and then Flunge with the team. Am I going to give Hanada a try if this run doesn't work out? Probably not. I don't really have a Hanada deck that I'm like super confident against aggro with. Plus, I'm really satisfied with this deck. The losses that I've faced thus far are losses that I would like expect to lose even with a very, very good deck. Just being on the draw against aggro and keeping hands that aren't good against aggro and losing those games isn't like super surprising. Okay, on the play, good mana. Removal spells. Digging it. Mono green, eh? Oh, this is actually a tiny bit awkward. I don't really have a good way to play a 2-drop into a 3-drop here. I could hold up Vanishing Verse. That comes at the cost of not having the red source for Molten Impact, so that feels like the most wrong thing. Molten Impacting the Tenacious Pup doesn't sound right when they've got a Tenacious Pup trigger still on the stack. So I think what I do is grab the black source with this Crossroads and then play the red source next turn. I don't think I'm going to have time for Celestis anytime soon. So I'm hoping they don't have a 2-drop here. Because if they have a 2-drop, I'm kind of obligated to Molten Impact it. Jukai Liberator. That's a problem. That's unfortunately quite a problem. I don't want to let that hit again, but I also don't want to play any of my other spells. Molten Impacting that is not exciting. Vanishing Versing it is not exciting. Caliming it is not exciting. Blocking it with Fable the Mirrorbreaker token is not exciting. I guess I'm just going to let them hit with it. I feel like I have to develop into hardcasting Calim here. Yeah, there's the 4/4 pack leader that I get to Molten Impact. I don't think I discard any of these. Next turn I'm hardcasting Calim. I don't know whether I want to Vanishing Verse the Jukai Liberator now. I don't think so. I think I hold up the Vanishing Verse, hope they play a 4-drop with haste. I really don't want to get Snakeskin Veiled. I think I should have Vanishing Verse the Jukai Liberator, though. Now they get another chance to find a Snakeskin Veil. I mean, Old Growth Troll is definitely the thing that... Oh, sweet. They did not hold up Snakeskin Veil. That's extremely good. Okay, Fable flips, gives us a blocker. They lose the Death Toucher, meaning they can't fight Calim with the Death Toucher. That's huge. And we get to play a giant chunky creature. Don't really want Raffine's Tower. Okay. Now, opponent has a huge amount of card advantage, which is going to be a problem. But I believe we have successfully navigated this situation to give us time. And I do love time. Opponent goes Pupper. Opponent goes Oddity. Oddity eventually transforms. Have I used... No, I have not used all of the removal that can kill a transformed Oddity. Jeez, deck. Okay, we hold up the ability to cycle Raffine's Tower. Seven mana, so they're not there yet. 6 mana, they're getting closer. Two Calim's gonna kill an Oddity pretty easily. Yeah, but it's legendary, so I can't copy it with Reflection. And also, if they flip it, I'm kind of just dead to the Anthem. Ugh. Golly, that's a lot of cards that are good. So now Fight Spell is back to being lethal on Calim. Come on. Calim can't tap the land down before their draw step, unfortunately. So chump, chump, take 2, 4, 8, 10. I'm dead if they draw an untapped land. No matter how I swing this. I have Infernal Grasp that kills the Oddity if I were to sorcery speed the Calim. Or rather, at least if I was to... I have Molten Impacts and Strangles. No, I think I'm playing this tapped. Don't want the land, that's for sure. Have to hope the opponent doesn't hit an untapped land. Opponent hits a Froghemoth. Okay. Calim's not helpful. Okay. Interesting. Does this still work for me? 6, 9. Yeah, this does not kill me. Does result in Jukai Liberator getting to draw 2 cards, which is a problem that I can't really beat because I've, like, done an absurd amount of flooding. There's all the creatures, huh? A little too late. Where were you all earlier? Everybody wants to show up a turn too late. Nope. Jeez. That wasn't even bad cards that we drew. It was just in a terrible order with mana that just barely didn't function. Which I suppose is the deck finally catching up with me at long last? Alright, so unfortunately this is the exact kind of hand that we have decided I required to throw away. And admittedly, this is a better land. And this is exactly the matchup. Alright. So I have successfully learned something. And the result is that I am now looking at a hand that is meaningful against the opponent. So that's cool. I like feeling like I've actually learned something. Would have preferred a Molten Impact on the big spender, but what you gonna do? Get to Vanishing Verse the big spender. Get to Haunted Ridge, Diviner of Fates, discard the Calim, play Citystalker Connoisseur next turn. Do I want to just... I think I want to draw Calim right now. I think that would be a reasonable card to have. Yeah, Citystalker number 2 is also cool. Play with fire, goes face. Sure. Raiju would be somewhat annoying. Attacks as a 5-power creature. Stealing my Diviner of Fates would be worse. Molten Impact's fine. I can live with Molten Impact. Ooh. I'm pretty sure it's better to play Citystalker Connoisseur than Diviner of Fates holding up Ray of Enfeeblement when Ray of Enfeeblement isn't currently killing anything. I think getting a potential card out of their hand is a good idea. Unfortunately, it's a land, which means Xanamede's Den of the Bugbear. That's not delightful. So we are taking 6 damage down to 3. Scary. So they could have drawn a land, meaning I could play Diviner of Fates, or I could play Citystalker that potentially gets rid of a spell. Can you be untapped? I'd like it if you could. Yeah, I think I would prefer to play Citystalker holding up Ray. No. Diviner of Fates actually survives the Den of the Bugbear. That makes it better. Which means I should have played the Haunted Ridge tapped? No, because I can activate the blood token on their turn. Well, you're interesting. We do get rid of the Citystalker. We draw a Citystalker. I can live with that. I would like if you didn't top deck a Steel spell. But if you did top deck a Steel spell, I would prefer if you targeted the Diviner of Fates, yes. Oh, I should have sacked the blood token in response to that. Whoops. Okay, so they can put me to 2. Really? You top decked everything that perfectly, opponent? Alright, well, I guess I'm going to continue not beating mono red that draws perfect. Alright, we have lots of low-cost removal. We have Diviner of Fates. Ooh, interesting opponent. Okay. Generous Visitor. So I can play 2 removal spells on turn 2 if they're kind enough to play a creature. They are kind enough to play a creature. Unfortunately, Kami of Transience... Oh wait, no, neither of these is an enchantment. Perfect. Okay. So I have to play this on black this turn, and then the Needleverge on white next turn. So we kill the Kami. We strangle the Visitor. Alright, I don't have to play the Needleverge on white. I can just play the Sundown Pass. Runeforge champion indeed. Diviner of Fates, and we see how big the opponent's Runeforge champion gets. This gives +1 toughness. So if I discard Expressive Iteration, I get a sorcery that's probably worse than Expressive Iteration, but I do force the opponent to commit 2 auras to the Runeforge champion to actually get damage through, assuming they combo off. I think I do get rid of the Expressive Iteration here. Molten Impact's a good draw. I like that. Yeah, Rune of Might, draw a card, pump Runeforge. If they go too much deeper on pumping Runeforge, then Citystalker ends up trading well with it. Rune of Sustenance does not result in it surviving Molten Impact. We do, unfortunately, give them back the Kami of Transience at this point. Rune of Speed. Yeah, so now they can attack through Diviner of Fates. Okay. But they committed a lot of mana to that, and depending on what I draw... Okay. I think then... I'm just going to Citystalker Connoisseur and not actually Molten Impact, the Runeforge champion. Wedding Announcement's the best card they got, which might mean they have more runes, might mean they have a removal spell for Citystalker too. Circle of Confinement, exiles Diviner of Fates. I am pretty willing to trade here. Gets back the Kami of Transience. Yep. Tasha, that's cute. I could get back Runeforge Champion? That doesn't seem like it's actually good for me, though. So I think I probably just start upticking Tasha. I don't know if -6ing Tasha would actually be useful. Like, most of their creatures are pretty awful for me. I don't know that my average creature is better than Citystalker, because I kind of valued Citystalker being able to trade with Runeforge because of the Death Touch. Tower, draws more lands, that's awkward. Molten Impact, kills Kami. Okay, what does the opponent find? More lands? I do love the opponent drawing as many lands as me. That's cool. I want actually the 3rd blue source. More lands, a little annoying. Also more lands is a little annoying. Also more lands is a little annoying. Okay. So now I can ultimate Tasha while keeping it alive. I have to hope they don't find Runeforge Champion. If they do, they probably give it haste and attack Tasha. Hopefully the opponent's going to draw as many lands as I do, though. No, they Rune of Speed their own pathway, but they have another Rune of Speed in the graveyard. So if they find, they don't find. I love they don't find. Alright, Citystalker, make opponent discard a card. What happened? Opponent discards Circle of Confinement. Sure. I will go ahead and Tasha. The Runeforge champion is unfortunately not going to find anything. Unsurprisingly. Let's go ahead and Blood Token, discard a land. Play a land so that I can cycle this land. Is -6 actually better than -2 3 times? It only gives me one turn of not upticking Tasha, which I think is something. It's 2 more loyalty, and it's also 2 more turns of the opponent's attacks being bad. Get to scry a land to the bottom. Oh, when I searched my library, was that bad? I might have known the bottom card of my library was something at that point. Let's start attacking the opponent. I think they have a pretty strong incentive to block with the Jukai Naturalist there. They would have traded with the Jukai Naturalist and gotten back the Kami. Or maybe they're concerned about combo. Yay! Fable of the Mirror Breaker! I get to put a counter on Jukai Naturalist with that. That's a life linker. And it costs 1 less mana. Look at all this synergy that's going on. The -2 gives Ward. Yeah, but given the board state, I think Ward literally doesn't exist. Alright, I don't know if this is lethal, but I'm going to operate under the assumption that maybe it's lethal. Cool. Lethal. I'm not sure which of us drew more lands in that scenario, me or the opponent. I think it was me, but unclear. Luckily my deck is a lot better at flooding than theirs. Alright, opponent is on the play, but we have a removal spell that I can play on turn 2, and a proactive spell that I can play on turn 3. Opponent elects not to play a 2-drop creature, which is slightly sad. Alright, in that case, we're probably going to wind up cycling this Raffine's Tower at some point, so I'm not going to play it on 2. Kaido. Okay, cool. That's not Diviner of Fates. That could have been so much worse. Ninja, says the opponent. I really wish that had been something that I could have Bloodchief's Thirsted last turn, but oh well. Is this a +2? No, only a +1. Alright, so we play Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I'm willing to let the opponent draw a card with their Kaido. I'm not going to discard this Calim because I'm afraid of Tasha's. So I'm just going to be a coward instead. And discard lands to Fable. March my 2/2 to protect their Kaido. Sad but understandable. We discard some tap lands. Draw some slightly better lands. I was planning on Citystalker Connoisseuring, but now I'm kind of interested in Diviner of Fates, Bloodchief's Thirst instead. It's a little less weak to a counterspell. And now, once again, I'm left wondering how much I want to play around Tasha. I believe the answer is still that I'm just going to play around Tasha and not discard the Calim. Coward though I may be. Now there's a pause from the opponent, not in response to the Diviner of Fate. Oh, negate. Okay. Sure. Maybe discarding the Calim to pressure the Kaido was correct, but like, no, I just can't beat Atasha if I do that. So Wandering Emperor from the opponent, and a wee bit of flooding from me. Opponent's left deciding whether they want to do something in response to the Citystalker. Siphoner is discarded, which means they absolutely could still have Wandering Emperor. I'm not willing to attack into the Diviner Fates. Yeah, I just think I'm not willing to attack here. Cool. Vanishing Verse on Reflection, I can live with. Considerably better for me than if they had actually done something meaningful. I mean, I would have preferred to still have my creature, yes, but, you know. Point is, they could be worse. So we're going to Blood Token here, discarding a land. Net a card. Kaido's at 5. No real way around Wandering Emperor at this point, I don't think. Wandering Emperor played -2 on Diviner of Fates. I Calim in response. No, they Vanishing Verse the Citystalker. Okay. I'm pretty alright with that, I think. Oh, or both. Both is even worse. Okay. Have to Calim. Good work, deck. That's pretty delicious. Okay, how are we doing this? Molten Impact, unfortunately, not actually enough to kill both of their planeswalkers. That's sad. I think I'd rather kill the Kaido, but I'm going to be really, really disappointed when they just play another Kaido. Cool, not a Kaido. Alright, so Sorin upticks. No, they downtick. Okay, cool. That's so much less threatening. Alright, let's see. Diviner of Fate. Opponent has some kind of response. A removal spell for Diviner of Fates, huh? Cool. Okay, well, I want to kill the Sorin, so I need the mana for Bloodchief's Thirst, unfortunately. Think we get rid of Brightclimb Pathway. We kill the Sorin. We play the Crossroads on blue and take our scry. We get rid of the Crossroads. Okay, so the opponent's pressuring us. I will happily discard 2 cards rather than let the opponent have one of my cards. Now would be a good time to find some expressive iterations. Opponent conjures a Calim that they're going to play eventually. Okay. Land isn't very good. Calim is pretty good. Alright, yeah, we're hard casting that. That threatens Wandering Emperor. They can't tap it down with Calim here, so they hold on to it so they can tap it down on the next turn cycle. That's understandable. 2-turn clock. I gotta find an answer. Oh, they hard cast it. Okay. Well, then I just need to find an answer to Calim, which may or may not be easy. At the same time as not dying to any of these. No, that's pretty bad. Wandering Emperor actually pairs really well with Calim and Mirrors. That's consistently been something I haven't been able to beat, interestingly enough. Okay, let's see. I swing, they double block Calim. I don't have enough damage to do anything about that. I can kill Calim, but I die on the backswing because if I cast the Strangle, I don't gain life. So I have to Strangle the 2/3. Currently chump blocking Calim. That's kind of unavoidable. I really wish we had found, like, any of our 2-for-1s instead of 10 lands that I had to discard. I mean, I guess we found Fable and 1 Citystalker. I can't complain about that part. Maybe 27 lands are too many? It is not, unfortunately. But bad luck will hit you. Certain percentage of games, that's just going to happen. Jeez. Alright. So we need to find Vanishing Verse. Yeah. Unfortunately, Expressive Iteration doesn't get us anywhere because now I'm not getting enough life. Nope, not enough mana. Wandering Emperor, kind of consistently the card that I can't beat. Which I guess makes sense, my removal lines up really badly against it. But more than anything else out of Esper, that's the card that's consistently beating me. Alright, we get to be on the play this time. Which does give us a turn 3 Fable, and then possibly a turn 4 Fable plus removal spell. I want to make sure not to play Forsaken Crossroads on red in case we eventually top deck our Diviner of Fates. Which means I'm probably playing it on blue? That sounds right. Doesn't result in us being able to play Strangle on 2, but that's fine, because we can just play Bloodchief's Thirst on 2. There is our Diviner, and we're playing against green. Unfortunately, Tenacious Pup is actually something that really makes me want to cast Strangle here. Shoot. I would Strangle this pup, but I don't think that I'm supposed to Bloodchief's Thirst the pup. If they have Jukai Liberator, I'm in trouble, but if they have the... Oh, what? Okay. What a... If they had Jukai Liberator, I got punished for not Bloodchief's Thirsting the pup, but I wanted to have Bloodchief's Thirst so that I actually had a removal spell that would kill Werewolf Pack Leader on 2. Hopeful Initiate was not what I expected. I think I just accept Fable because I want more mana next turn. I don't think the opponent's board state gets out of control in any way via me not killing it here. Sigardian Paladin. Huh. I got reduced to be a 3-drop, apparently. It's just a 3-drop 4/3? Yowzos. My hand's kind of stacked, but I guess I can get rid of Fable. Because I just do want to make sure that I find more lands. Alrighty, let's go ahead and Diviner of Fates and Strangle the Paladin. What am I discarding with Diviner of Fates? Definitely this duplicate Citystalker. Alright, that feels pretty stabilized. I guess I also could have Bloodchief's Thirsted the Hopeful Initiate. I could have gone Strangle, Bloodchief's Thirst, attack with the 2/2, then play Diviner of Fates. But I didn't know what the Diviner of Fates was going to draw, so I feel like I was kind of committed to Diviner of Fatesing first. Bunch of Hopeful Initiates, bunch of counters. I should be mostly totally fine here. One unknown card for the opponent. As tempting as it is to play Diviner of Fates to try to get way more card advantage going, I'm probably just supposed to make sure the opponent doesn't have a real card in hand. Which they do not. We'll blow up a Hopeful Initiate for mana efficiency's sake. Why not? No attacks. Lots of good mid-rangey blockers, and we're going to draw 5 cards next turn, which is probably pretty good. Oh, more than 5 cards. Cool. Alright, let's play a Diviner of Fate. And then discard probably whatever we draw. Yeah, we'll discard Atasha. Unfortunately, that means we're only going to draw 1 card this turn. But I didn't want to risk drawing all tap lands. Which one this is on doesn't really matter. Combat. Oh, I suppose I probably shouldn't get greedy with the Diviner of Fates on my opponent's turn, and I should just lock them out with Citystalker Connoisseur instead. Cool, now I don't have to bother worrying about that. Perfect. We play Diviner of Fates, we draw a land, we discard a land, we draw a land, we pass to the opponent's turn. I don't think I'm worried if their draw step is a removal spell on my weakest Diviner of Fates. They can Emanate Layer of the Hydra for 3 and swing with everything and lose their board. Other than 1 Hopeful Initiate. That doesn't feel like that's correct for them, but okay. We're going to copy Diviner of Fates. We're going to loot. We're going to draw 4 lands. Weep, 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 weep. Gonna get some training triggers, kill the lair, kill the Hopeful Initiate, kill the Hopeful Initiate, take 2 damage, lose a Diviner of Fates. It's sad. Oh yeah, Fable of the Mirror Breaker with Esper nonsense is indeed very, very fun. That is true. We're sort of more Grixis nonsense. We're kind of an even mix of both, I suppose. We have more Esper cards than we have Grixis cards, but we also have more red, black, and blue cards than we do white, black, and blue cards. It's hard to say. Okay, well, the rules of turn 1 removal spell seem to still apply. Am I supposed to play the Haunted Ridge rather than Ravines Tower so that I can strangle a 1-drop? If my opponent's mono red and leads on the Tiefling, I suppose I'm rewarded for this? I'll take it. Look at this decision making. Sometimes feeling vindicated feels very, very good, very, very immediately. Oh, they're not mono red. Okay, interesting. Huh. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm still supposed to just play Diviner of Fates. Oh, or not. Wait. Oh, because black-red is just red. Okay, well, now I'm not playing Diviner of Fates. We're just going to call it a plan. It was the plan all along. It definitely wasn't the plan. I definitely wanted to play Diviner of Fates. Devilish Valet? Devilish Valet? Okay. Devilish Valet gets tapped. Well, let's go ahead and play Citystalker Connoisseur. Take our 2-for-1. Set up Diviner of Fates plus loot next turn. Big spender. Is that just because Tiefling Outcasts pumps Devilish Valet? Is that the logic here? Bloodthirsty Adversary. Okay, so opponent gets to attack with a 4-power Devilish Valet. Which I do think that I'm incentivized to block. That's a lot of lands. I don't love that. Would love to draw a non-land. Diviner of Fate. Yes, I would love to discard that. We draw another creature. It's a Diviner of Fates. I can live with that, I think. Let's play the blue source. Pass the turn. We're somewhere in here is our big ol' creature. Opponent says pass. Cool. Diviner of Fates, draw a card, draw Expressive Iteration, discard Expressive Iteration, draw 2 sorceries. Draw an Expressive Iteration and a Molten Impact. Delightful. Play a land, Molten Impact for Hilda. Next spell kills the Bloodthirsty Adversary. We chill, flips back to day. I get to activate a blood token, discarding Brightclimb Pathway. Devilish Valet doesn't line up very well against 3/4s. Tiefling Outcasts does not either. Alright. Opponent successfully trades their Devilish Valet away. Which, you know, that's probably a victory for them. Let's go ahead and discard the Brightclimb Pathway. Draw 2 cards. Oh, 3 cards, actually. There's our Calim. Perfect. Expressive Iteration. Kill the Tiefling Outcasts. Get some cards. Expressive Iteration sounds cool at some point. Citystalker Connoisseur sounds cool this turn. Get to have an untapped land so that we can activate the blood token. Opponent discards a card. Ooh, will. Yeah, that would have been scary. Tapped red land for the opponent. I don't know whether it was on the play or the draw. I'm assuming I was probably on the play. Okay, well, me figuring out whether I can hardcast Calim off Forsaken Crossroads turns out to not actually happen. This is the first hand in a while we've had that actually has sketchy mana. This will be exciting. Tech, thanks for the sub. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I think we lead with Blightstep so that if the opponent plays a 1-drop, I can play Bloodchief's Thirst even if we top deck a Triumph. There's a 1-drop. I mean, I suppose the good news here is that our mana is going to be fine as long as we draw a land ever. So all we have to do is draw a land. Voice of the Blessed gets hit by Bloodchief's Thirst. Uncastable Calim is not super helpful. Righteous Valkyrie. That is unfortunately like completely unkillable, so that's a pretty huge problem. This is an issue. I was really not looking for them to draw a card that was not killable. If I'm going to draw uncastable cards, I really would have preferred them to be like Molten Impacts that kill the Righteous Valkyrie at least. This is an issue. Well, the opponent has ran out of stuff to do. That's something. Hey, tap land. Victory. More Righteous Valkyries. That's pretty bad. I'm gonna kind of die if the opponent top decks like anything that does anything. They need like literally any creature and I die. Unfortunately, that is literally any creature. Well, okay. I can't seem to shake getting bad luck for 6 matches in a row. Dear me. Alright. Ooh, we immediately have our new cast down card. So we have 1-drop removal spell, 2-drop removal spell, 2-drop removal spell. I dig that. And now some card advantage. I also dig that. Opponent appears to be on mono white, but then immediately decides to foretell cards. So who knows what's going on? I'm kind of tempted to play the Needleverge Pathway so that I can hold up Vanishing Verse in case my opponent plays Wedding Announcement. But then I can't Expressive Iteration next turn, which is... No, wait, I can't I can't Expressive Iteration next turn anyway, unless they play a creature. Because it would make me discard a hand size. So I guess if they play something that I can cast down, then it's regrettable that I chose to do it this way around, which is unfortunately how it turns out. But I think playing around Wedding Announcement was correct. Yeah, I think we have to play this on red now. Like, the reality is this still really isn't going badly for me at all. Oh, okay. Blue-white Archon of Emeria deck, which makes this possibly saw it coming? Okay. I don't really want to run Expressive Iteration into open mana. Cue me being extremely disappointed when it's actually Behold the Multiverse. Alright, well, Vanishing Verse, the Wandering Emperor. Archon of Emeria? Really? I just don't know what to feel about that. Alright, well... No... Oh, I can't play this while holding up Calim. Shoot. Right, because I have white, white, red. Huh. That's not good. Now I wish I had played Expressive Iteration instead. Guess we just Molten Impact the 2/2 then? I kind of still want to play Diviner of Fates, because my Molten Impact isn't going to pair well if the opponent actually plays Wandering Emperor here. Which also makes this the wrong order to have done it in to play around Jwari Disruption. Okay. Fateful Absence is fine. We just get to get rid of Bloodchief's Thirst. Okay. That's actually, like, exactly what I was hoping they would do. Bant. Return any number, flying ward 3. I mean, okay. Yeah, just no decline. Citystalker to hand. I mean, I guess this is a clock, which is something I have to be concerned about. Apparently. Okay. I'm going to have to commit a lot of mana to Calim tapping that down over the next couple of turns. What have you foretold? If that foretold card is the card that makes a bunch of angels, yeah, okay, I actually just lose. Cool. Well, I guess we have a weakness to flyers. Oh boy. Calim to hand, Molten Impact to play. Three damage, swing. Hope the opponent blocks. They do not. Rude. Okay, so I guess I'm going to 2. That removes another one. 2 flying threats. I guess I have to hope Undercity Plunder saves me with a chump blocker. A Wandering Emperor actually would be perfect. No, just a land. Okay. Wandering Emperor actually probably wouldn't have been good enough, right? Yeah, there's no way I can beat this thing having ward 3. Not without giving any of my creatures flying. No? Wow. All right. Yep, we have a structural weakness to the opponent playing 4 flyers. Okay. Alright, turn 2 cycle Calim, have a removal spell when we need it. I can live with that. I think we play turn 1 Sundown Pass, so that if I top deck Expressive Iteration I can play it on 3. While also playing Calim on 2. Xander's Lounge, not optimal timing here. Yeah, there's the big spender. Here's the Calim. Tap land, not helpful. Diviner of Fates, huh? I think I gotta. I think I'd rather get rid of Citystalker Connoisseur. Cool, find a Calim. That's not bad. I need Diviner of Fates to be a 3/4. And they have the... Okay, Molten Impact, not the Steel spell. Cool. I can live with that. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So let's see. We go with Diviner of Fates, discarding Calim, Bloodchief's Thirst, the big spender. Or do we Diviner of Fates, discarding Molten Impact? That feels wrong. Yeah, that's definitely just wrong. Ooh, more Bloodchief's Thirsts. Don't mind if I do. Isn't 4-color just a terrible idea anyway? You would think so, but we actually have like no problems with our mana base pretty consistently. I can't actually explain it, but I've played a lot of games with this now and it just hasn't been a problem. Bottom, says the opponent. I'd love if they played 2 creatures this turn so that I could get full value out of Molten Impact. I'd love if they didn't steal my Diviner of Fates. Cool. Molten Impact's fine. We can live with that. We discarded Calim, found Calim, which means I get to put a Calim into play this turn. Loved Molten Impact. The Etchings. We tap down their next creature. We put Calim into play. This is all completely reasonable. Opponent keeps sending burn spells at my face, which I can live with. Bloodthirsty Adversary with no ability to kick it. We would love to tap that down. Put a Calim into play. Expressive Iteration to begin racing the opponent. Land into hand, play Fable, which provides us a blocker that makes me feel safe attacking with Calim and beginning to race the opponent. I guess more Calims is fine. Just maximize ways to tap the opponent's stuff down while we buy time killing them. Yeah, okay, block. How many times have we tried so far? I don't know. I haven't kept track. Yay! That seems like a premature concession, but I guess I understand the opponent not feeling particularly well positioned there. Okay. So this has a 2-drop removal spell, but doesn't have an untapped land on 2. Does that mean I have to mulligan this? No, it'll be fine. We'll just draw an untapped land. Or failing that, a 1-drop removal spell when the opponent plays a 2-drop creature, right? Yeah! Never had a problem. So... what am I supposed to do with this? Probably playing Fable next turn. I'm definitely cast downing right now. I don't need red. I guess blue? So that I can hardcast one of these Calims, possibly? Cast down is a new addition, yeah. I cut 2 Tashas for 2 Undercity Plunders, and I cut the Celestis for cast down. Opponent is on the Enchantment's Life. Oh, which means I'm going to get enchantment aggroed out, huh? Yeah, so when they find that enchantment that pumps things by however many enchantments they have in play, I am about to be scared. Hopefully Calim taps will actually be pretty decent against that, though. Weaver of Harmony. Jeez. Opponent. I'm not equipped to beat this. Oh dear. Okay. I'm now slightly more equipped to beat this. Discard 2 Calims. Attack with a 2/2, see if we can bait them into blocking with something. Okay. Baiting them into blocking with a 1/1 works for me. Molten Impact, the Weaver of Harmony. I could Expressive Iteration to kill the Jukai Naturalist. I think I would rather Diviner of Fates, though. Yeah, I'm happy to discard a Fable of Mirror Breaker and get a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. This is suddenly a lot less scary than it was a second ago, that's for sure. Okay, opponent, what's your trick here? What? Oh, they just desperately wanted to draw with Wedding Announcement? Okay. You're not going to block with this Catilda ever, right? But then again, I don't actually want to trade the Catilda with the Diviner of Fates either. If they do block with the Catilda... No, I should attack with... So if I attack with the Diviner of Fates and they block with the Catilda, then I get to Expressive Iteration and kill the Jukai Naturalist with the 2 damage and trade with the Catilda, which would have just, I think, been correct. Alright, so we Expressive, we kill the Naturalist, Catilda shrinks, Undercity Plunder sounds pretty cool. I think that I just play the Undercity Plunder here. Get that last card out of their hand. Oh, I should have done this before playing my land drop, because, yeah, I could have hit something incredibly powerful that made me want to play an untapped land, so that I didn't get hit by Catilda. That would have been a good idea. Which also meant that I should have put Undercity Plunder in exile and the land in hand. So, some errors. Lair of the Hydra played for the opponent. Wedding Festivity flips. Circle of Confinement. You do not have protection from enchantments. And you do not come back and annoy me. All good signs. Let's go ahead and play this land untapped. We're going to go ahead and not attack with the 2/2. Because I would probably... No, I don't need to chump block the Lair of the Hydra with the 2/2. I can chump block the Lair of the Hydra with the Diviner of Fate's copy I'm about to make. So the plan is that at my end of turn, I'm going to copy Diviner of Fates with Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, so that I can draw 2 cards with it on my turn, and then it'll still be here on the opponent's turn for blocking purposes, and then I can cycle Calim on their turn. Or I could just have more Calims, I guess. Huh. Okay. Still, I think I just want some lands. Lands are cool. Alright, now we pass to the opponent's turn with me having the Diviner of Fates in play on their turn. Commune with spirits? Oh no, that could be anything. Although it couldn't be another Commune with spirits. That part's nice. Van Helsing's Holy Ward. Oh, Circle of Confinement. Okay, so that kills Diviner of Fates, presumably? The real one? Yeah, that's sad. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get rid of the human token from attacking. Trigger both the Diviner of Fates. I guess I probably don't want to get more Calims at this point. I have enough. Citystalker's pretty cool. I love locking the opponent out of draw steps for the remainder of the game. Then we'll go ahead and put the Calim into play. So now, if the opponent wants to attack, they have to lose their Spirited Companions. They elect not to. Our Diviner of Fate token goes away. Instead of stopping the opponent's upkeep so that we can start Citystalker locking them. Try to figure out how to not discard to hand size. Go to my turn, play a Citystalker, play a land, play a Fable, attack with the 2/2. Do I attack with the Calim? Nah, probably not. I can just chill for the time being and develop the board state while taking less damage, since I'm currently protected by the Citystalker loop. Land drop, Fable. Pass to draw. Reflection copy Citystalker. Second Catilda's sort of an out, in that it goes to the graveyard and then they get to recast it, but it's not lethal, is it? Oh, it gives flying. Okay, so I'd have to chump block with the Calim, probably. Which would be annoying. Put it on the Spirited Companion. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I could just take 7 damage in the air. And then start fogging that every turn after with Calim. Yeah. But yeah, second Catilda would have actually given them a lot of play there. Alright. 1-drop removal spells seems like a keep. We also can just proactively play Undercity Plunder on turn 2 if we feel like it. Blue-red. Curious. Okay. So we're going to go with white, untap. We're going to jam the Undercity Plunder. I could technically hold up Vanishing Verse, but I can always do that on a future turn. And if they've got a counter spell, I'd like them to use it on the Undercity Plunder rather than my Fable of the Mirrorbreaker next turn. Yeah, Expressive Iteration. That's a good magic card. I'm not sure if it's as good as Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, though. We shall see. More Expressive Iterations. Alright, opponent's got the 2-for-1 on lock. So opponent looks like they're playing a Hinata list. If and I had to guess. Yeah, Bloodchief's Thirst, probably not very good. I'm willing to bet Vanishing Verse also isn't very good. They might actually be playing Goldspan Dragon. I think I'd just get rid of Forsaken Crossroads. Yeah, I wish I could have gotten rid of that Xander's Lounge. Alright, so we're not holding up Infernal Grasp on Hinata, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, at this point I'm willing to get rid of Vanishing Verse. I am also willing to Infernal Grasp Hinata. With 2 mana available, I don't think they can counter this. They could use... Oh, okay. Actual Factual main deck negate. Sure. Ooh, I love my opponent not playing anything here. Alright, how many Magma Opuses do you have, opponent? They got to choose, which means they do in fact have multiple, I think. I could not have killed Hinata with a Thirst. It would have cost 5 mana and I only had 4. Oh, I could have played the Forsaken Crossroads untapped, though, you're right. Yeah. I forgot about that. I thought I'd already made my land drop, but obviously I have not. Yeah, that would have been preferable. I mean, Citystalker was still better if they didn't have multiple Magma Opuses, I think. No. So they have to Magma Opus before my turn. They can kill Reflection in the 2/2. costs 4 mana. I've got another Fable coming down, though. I have to hope they don't have another protection spell for Hinata. Yeah, I do agree that I think actually playing the Bloodchief's Thirst last turn was better. Oh, it's just Snowborn Simulacrum? Okay. That plays Citystalker Connoisseur, discards Expressive Iteration. Didn't they have a removal spell for Kiki? That is gonna be kind of tricky for me to burn through that many spells, especially since Citystalker Lock doesn't mean very much against a deck that has Magma Opus. I'm still kind of hoping they don't have a Magma Opus, and that I read that wrong. Cool, just discarding a hand size. That's a start. Alright, land drop. Hope for no removal. Or rather, hope for no protection. Do they have Magma Opus in response to this? What? Their timing doesn't make any sense at all, but okay. Well, it's still pretty rough for me. My opponent's draw 7 is going to be difficult to have overcome. Yeah, it's good. It's also good. What do I need in this position? Agent of Fates, I suppose? Opponent has a 2-turn clock, so any removal spell is lethal. Make this attack. Opponent doesn't block. If they think they have a removal spell, sure. So we kill the 4/4. I don't have any hasty sources of damage that are meaningful. And at this point, they put me to 4, and I'm not likely to have a removal spell to answer Hinata. Maybe I had to hold back the Citystalker? No, okay. Well, that's just game. Sure. Yeah, that's annoying. I think that was a game that I definitely had a strong capacity to win if I had not misplayed the Citystalker instead of the Thirst on that turn. And it feels like I most likely punted. Do I do limited decks for the deck list redemption? Okay, 2 Molten Impacts feels probably pretty good. Our mana base not really giving us the ability to play stuff untapped is kind of a concern, except now my opponent's on mono red, which means just going turn 2 Molten Impact, turn 3 Molten Impact is pretty good. Yeah, if it's Neon Dynasty, I'm not super... Oh, cool. Not super well equipped to like give any actually helpful feedback, unfortunately. I don't really know anything about the format. I think I've played like... I don't actually think I even played the pre-release of that format. I don't know if I've ever played a game of Neo Limited. Badoink. Badoink. So this would be a good start, but I don't actually have another spell to trigger Molten Impact again here. Ooh, now I do. Cool. I think I'm supposed to play Fable over Diviner of Fates in this spot. Well, maybe that's not true. Diviner of Fates hurts less to get stolen. If they cast the Steal spell next turn, that's not the end of the world. Do I actually want to grow Diviner of Fates? Yeah, so I guess I just get rid of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which always gets me another Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I want to be able to play Diviner of Fates and Vanishing Verse next turn, which means I need to play this on either white or black, so I might as well play it on white, because I've already got a single black. Definitely don't want to land. Okay. So opponent's heavily restricted by their red sources. They kill Diviner of Fates with Molten Impact, which is not stealing it. Delightful. We play Diviner of Fates. Probably discarding Strangle. Maybe discarding Fable? Yeah, probably discarding Fable. And then play a black source so we can hold up Vanishing Verse if needs be. I don't think there's anything terribly likely that I would want a Vanishing Verse. Rahilda. Do I want to Vanishing Verse that? Next turn I can Strangle it and hold up Vanishing Verse while playing Diviner of Fates. That actually sounds much better. So Strangle Rahilda, Molten Impact Etchings, Diviner of Fates while holding up Vanishing Verse. Discard Calim. I guess I don't want another Calim since I've already got a Calim in hand. So I order them like this. Citystalker Connoisseurs sound delightful. Attack with Diviner of Fates. If the opponent doesn't give me anything that I desperately want a Vanishing Verse, I just cycle Calim and draw 3 cards. Thundering Raiju. Yeah, I think I'd rather just tap that down. Maximize my chances of drawing a 3rd Calim. Okay. We do not succeed at drawing a Calim. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, how do we go about sequencing this? Probably just Citystalker Connoisseur to block the Thundering Raiju, hold up Vanishing Verse. Take my 2-for-1s where I can get them. Oh, okay. Vanishing Verse the Raiju, trade Citystalker with Faceless Haven. Opponent concedes? Sure. If you stack Calim on top, doesn't that make you more likely to seek him? Yes. The first Calim that I cycled, I wanted to be less likely to get 2 Calims, so I put it on the bottom. The second Calim that I cycled, I wanted to maximize my chance of at least hitting 1 Calim, so I put it on top. Alright, we have removal, lands, and card draw, which is frequently a good combination of things. If I play Needleverge on red, then I can Expressive Iteration on 2. I think I just play the Haunted Ridge here. I don't think I hold up Cast Down for a 2-drop, because I think I want to Expressive Iteration on 3 pretty badly. Yeah, I think there's a pretty strong chance we're playing the mirror currently. Alright, so we will play the Fable. What do I do in the mirror? Cast Down doesn't hit Calim, but it does hit the 3-drop. So does Infernal Grasp. I think I'm supposed to aggressively try to find my 4th land in this position, untapped for Citystalker. Alternatively, I could Expressive Iteration aggressively and hold up Cast Down, but they had 3 mana to play the Esper card already. So yeah, I think it's just jamming Citystalker, which gets rid of their Citystalker. We like that. Yeah, they found Diviner of Fates. Okay. Molten Impact is floating around and is probably going to kill our Fable. Diviner draws a land, which means it does still die to Strangle. Okay. Well, another Fable is pretty tempting, although that comes at the cost of missing a land drop. I definitely have to kill Diviner of Fates. That's not optional. I think I'm okay missing the land drop in order to play the Fable. Is that actually true? I don't think that's actually true. Do I want Bloodchief's Thirst in this matchup? I don't think so. So I think I take Crossroads and just go for 3 lands this turn. We Strangle the Diviner, hold up our 2 removal spells, attack with Citystalker. Expressive Iteration kills Reflection. I've got the mana necessary to kill Diviner of Fates if they play another one. Hopefully they don't go untap land Fable. That's untap land. Celestis, okay. Oof. Okay. How badly am I supposed to avoid flooding out versus prioritizing playing lands? I think I'm supposed to avoid flooding out over playing lands in this point, so I hold Forsaken Crossroads to discard to Fable of the Mirrorbreaker? Alright, let's tap Celestis on the off chance that has, like, any ability to matter. It does restrict how much mana they have to play with after activating Calim. Alright. I guess we discard all of these lands that I don't want, and we draw into 2 Diviner of Fates. Okay. Our 2/2 gets tapped. Sure. Play our land drop, play Diviner of Fates. I have to discard one of these. I don't want to discard any of them. We'll discard the Expressive Iteration. Draw a card. And then we're probably not going to crack the blood token this turn. Unless they kill the Diviner of Fates, in which case I'll probably crack the blood token discarding Molten Impact at that point. They do kill the Diviner of Fates, so we will get rid of Molten Impact. Want to save land to discard? I was thinking that I wanted to play 2 Diviner of Fates, but since the Goblin Shaman got attacked, or got tapped, that wasn't an option, so I probably should have held the land at that point. Citystalker. Oh, that's real bad. I lose my Diviner of Fates now. Yowzas. Okay. Huh. Card on top? No. Alright. I think we get rid of the Citystalker Connoisseur, hold on to the Infernal Grasp, since it's actually an answer to Calim. One Calim in the yard. Could hardcast Calim. Could hardcast Calim. Is that interesting? The original version does not have a ton of answers to Calim. Kind of taking a gamble doing that. I think it's probably correct, though. Yeah, Diviner of Fates that I'm not holding up removal spell for now. As a blood token. Discards Fable. More card draw. Yeah, the land that I played out that made me not have an Expressive Iteration in hand is definitely coming back to cost me here. Alright, well, let's go ahead and Molten Impact the Diviner of Fates. They loot with blood. Taps down the 2/2. There's no instant speed way I get punished for this. Okay, not currently representing lethal, although top decking something that does 3 damage could represent that. Just gonna look at 3. Unless, did this already look at 3? Calim will be close. No, had not already looked at 3. Okay, so the Calim's pretty close. Strangle on the Kiki, sure. Bloodchief's Thirst on the 2/2, sure. Oh, that's a bad sign. That implies to me that they're going to discard a Calim to tap my Calim down, which, I mean, I think means that I want to try to kill this now. Or that they have a Vanishing Verse. That would also be bad. No, that's also very bad. Okay, and they're going to draw a Calim. Alright, time to cycle and find some threats. Time to cycle and find some threats. I don't have any 2-mana threats. Okay. That's not great. Oh dear. Here comes another Calim, of which answers to I have 2 Bloodchief's Thirsts and a Vanishing Verse. Fable. Harsh. Calim. Okay. How many Calims I got in my graveyard? 1 still. I see. Oh boy. I think we're still kind of just locked into playing this. I'm going to get hit for 7 here. Put me to 11. Not really a race that I'm winning. Oh, didn't tap down my Calim? Okay. Oh. More Vanishing Verses. Huh, okay. I didn't think I had a version with 2 Vanishing Verses in it. Oh, the best of 3 version did. Maybe that's what they're on. Or maybe that's what I said the best of 1 version was last night. More Calims is bad. Oh dear. I'm gonna need a lot of Expressive Iterations and more Calims. I don't know how I proceed to have any chance here whatsoever. Okay. Okay, that's a Calim. That is part of the plan on how to have a chance. No, Undercity Plunder doesn't really do it in this spot. Well, we're not technically dead yet. is rough to lose the mirror. This is true. Gotten slightly out card advantaged by the end of this, huh? I wonder if I was correct to gamble on them not having removal by playing the Calim, or if I should have played for card advantage by cycling the Calim instead. Oh, Vanishing Verse, but only mostly too late. Alright. I would like to play -1 for 1. Opponent discards 2 cards, draws 2 cards. Yeah, I do think that there's actually a very, very real chance that this came down to the turn where I played a land when I should have not played the land, and it forced me to discard an Expressive Iteration. And then I lost the card advantage war by the slimmest of margins. Whereas, if I had just discarded the land to the connive, then I would have gotten a land out of it anyway. Very, very real chance that actually was the difference in that game. The turn after you opted not to play the land, leaving you with only 1 mana up and an Infernal Grasp in hand for their Diviner. I would be willing to believe that. Didn't I opt not to play a tap land, though? I thought? Maybe. It's been a while. I don't remember. We're going to keep this hand. I'm willing to keep turn 2 Molten Impact. Okay, turn 2 Molten Impact, turn 3 choice of other removal spell. Bloodthirsty Adversary does not make Molten Impact successfully kill Kumano, unfortunately. We can play turn 3 Diviner of Fates, discarding Undercity Plunder, or actually probably better yet, discarding Calim. Brutal Cathar on an empty board is a choice. Huh. It's not very exciting to waste Molten Impact not killing anything. But I'm kind of tempted to just Strangle and pass holding up Infernal Grasp. The alternative is Diviner of Fates. I think I'd rather not expose myself too much to Thundering Raiju. Or a Steely effect. Should I Calim here? I don't think so. I think I'm better off just Infernal Grasping the Etchings. We Diviner, we hope we get a land off this draw. Which one do you think Mono Red should be playing between Den and Haven? I have consistently felt like Den threatened me more, but that's not necessarily the same thing as it being better. Discarding Undercity Plunder has a chance to draw into a better card, but discarding Calim has the chance to get us a Calim into play sooner? I think I'd discard Undercity Plunder, because if this hits any 1-drop, it's such a bigger deal. Yeah, Strangle is just a better card that I really want when I'm light on lands like this. Howdy, Sandwich. Thanks for the raid. How'd your stream go? Ooh. Play with fire to face. Okay, I can live with that. Top. Thundering Raju, presumably. Brutal Cathar. Okay, I can live with that. So I take 2, Strangle the Brutal Cathar, Undercity Plunder their final card away. Diviner Fates discards Calim. I don't think I want to get a Calim. I was hoping I'd hit another Diviner of Fates. Oh, I guess there was no way I could play a Diviner of Fates, though. Alright, Undercity Plunder. Ooh. Am I supposed to play that this turn? I think I actually am. Try to get it to the point where it flips faster for the sake of having a blocker. Brutal Cathar again. Jeez. Okay. That's actually a pretty huge problem. Huh. So I could play Citystalker and trade with Illuminarch, go to 3, die to Thundering Raju. Or play Fable, hold up tap with Calim. I think I'm supposed to hold up the tap. Next turn, Kumano flips. More lands, not great. What? Deal? Oh, okay, sure. That makes a moderate amount of sense. Really? Deck? Okay. Alright, so we can trade with Luminarch Aspirant, Chump Block Moonrage Brute. Loot away a land. Flip Fable. Land's not exciting. Hard casting Calim is pretty exciting, though. I like that part. Okay, what you got for me, opponent? Kill Reflection, sure. Fable makes a chump blocker. No attack with Calim. I am blown away by how... Oh, I actually die because I didn't play this land if they have the steal spell? Go to 2, huh? Okay. It's scary. Well, I can't Molten Impact Moonrage Brute, so I guess we're not going to hold on to Molten Impact. Now I have to race them. Okay. That gets rid of the 2/2. Oh, it gets rid of the Diviner of Fate? Okay. I actually should have kept the Bloodchief's Thirst then. I forgot that I could flip this thing back. I guess maybe not, because they can always just pass and do nothing. Sweet. Vanishing Verse is delightful. If I play this Expressive Iteration, I can't hold up Calim. How important is that to me? Probably important. 5 puts them to 9. I'm representing lethal next turn if I kill the Moonrage Brute, which I can do with Vanishing Verse. So, yeah, I don't play the Expressive Iteration. Put them to 5. Hope they don't top deck a burn spell. I need to play a second spell, though, or the Moonrage Brute doesn't flip, and I need the Moonrage Brute to flip. Shoot. How do I do that? I physically can't. Shoot. I think I just have to accept not Caliming on their turn. Does that leave me dead to things? I don't know. Possibly. Leaves me dead to a Calim? No, even if I... well... What do I want to get rid of most here? Definitely not the Calim, because I don't want to have a chance to connive into the Calim. Yeah. Alright, no burn spell, please. No steal spell, please. Whee! Okay. Gosh. That was silly. I'm pretty sure this is unkeepable on the draw because I could be playing against aggro, which is underwhelming because I think this is a fantastic hand against midrange, but... wow. No black sources. Huh, okay. Oh, no, there's a Brightclimb Pathway. Perfect. And it's stellar. What does that mean that I'm supposed to get rid of? Sundown Pass, probably? Probably. No. I can just play Sundown Pass on turn 1. So, Needleverge. Yes. Actually, I can play Stormcarve is better than Sundown Pass? No, because I could draw Vanishing Verse. And that would reward Sundown Pass. Or we could just make this entire discussion irrelevant by top-decking Xander's Lounge. Curious why you opted to trade for Aspirant and Chum Cathar instead of the other way around? The Cathar had first strike. And I think it was both of our creatures were 3/3s, so theirs would have just killed mine. Otherwise, that would have been the better block, yeah. Yeah, the back face has First Strike and Ward, I believe. Boop. Don't love the Infernal Grasp taking 2 damage here, but we do what we must. Should I Undercity Plunder here, I wonder? Or hold up Calim instead? I think I'm supposed to Undercity Plunder. Alright, Ambergris isn't awful. It is an object I can put into the board state. No! Tiefling outcasts. Oh, why do you have to be ever so slightly bigger than a 1 toughness creature? Alright, I think I gotta play Citystalker Connoisseurs, though. We get rid of Thundering Raiju and have to hope they don't have the Steel spell. They do not. That's fantastic. Alright, I think we have managed to stabilize. Thundering Raiju is a tiny bit annoying, and the Faceless Haven's also pretty annoying. That's actually not great for me. So let's go ahead and... I think I'm just supposed to Ray the Tiefling so that I take less damage. And then eat block, take 2. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay, so if they fire up the Faceless Haven, I tap the Bloodthirsty adversary. They play Kumano instead. Which isn't really beneficial for me. I would love to draw a Calim. That'd be like the best possible draw. Failed. How badly do I want to hold on to this Calim? Probably pretty badly. Oh, Calim, why weren't you one thing earlier? Still. Decent start. Not in love with my life total, but it could be a lot worse. So this does unfortunately mean that they have 2 attackers next turn, so I'm putting a Calim into play, but I'm not necessarily able to attack with it. Or I could just draw into a Calim and be fine that way. So now I can't actually attack with the Calim. Should I have discarded the Bloodchief's Thirst so that I could get in with both of these? That would actually mean that I'd have a lethal next turn, wouldn't it? I could still attack with both of them, and if they fire up Haven and attack, just not block? That's too risky. I could fire up both of them, and if they attack with Faceless Haven, just chump block with the Diviner of Fates. That I'm actually probably okay with. Play with fire, put me to 2. Forces a chump block, keep a card on top. Did you really? Oh. Alright, how good was the card you kept on top? Yeah, discarding the Bloodchief's Thirst would mean this animation was also something that I killed them with, I think. Wait, why did I think this was lethal? I did my math totally wrong. I shouldn't have attacked with the Citystalker Connoisseur. In no way was this lethal. Even if my Diviner of Fates lived. Hey. Okay. Clearly it is becoming too late. We're going to go ahead and discard a Calim. Because I think I have enough Calims. What card did they keep on top, then? That they didn't actually kill me? I'm curious. Calim ETB is tapped off of the activated ability, yes. Not if you cast it. I think I attack with just Calim here, so that if they have the steal spell without an untapped land... That's what they kept on top, and they successfully top-decked the land. Okay. I don't think I have any instant speed thing that can do anything about that. But I can hope that they misclick? They don't. Well, I don't think any of my mistakes cost me that game, unfortunately. Come back to see us lose to mono red again. Yeah, I think we're still undefeated against mono red on the play, but it has definitely gotten me its fair share of games when I'm on the draw. Alright, we're happy to play this. Ray of Enfeeblement is pretty good. Opponent says Tenacious Pup, which is not a deck that Ray of Enfeeblement is pretty good against, unfortunately. Okay, so I think we go for blue scry. A little risky not getting white here, but alright, we can scry one of our white cards to the bottom. That at least is a minor improvement, which is sad, because Vanishing Verse actually is very good in this matchup. Ascendant Pack Leader. I hate that the timing of this gives me no window to Ray of Enfeeblement that Pack Leader. That's so rude. Play a second Pack Leader, opponent. No? Come on. Okay. Top deck land is pretty stellar. We happy about this. Molten Impact Pack Leader holding up Ray of Enfeeblement. Really? Okay, sure. Why not? Ranger class, sure. Pack leader. Okay, at least I finally get to use my Ray of Enfeeblement. Alright, untap land Citystalker. That's something. The Ranger class is kind of very likely to beat me on its own, so that's kind of an issue. For real? Opponent, goodness gracious. The beatings doesn't stops. No, I'm dead. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I guess what I lose to is a hand of only 1-drops. That beats me. Yep. And this hand's pretty awful. I think I'm supposed to try to do better than that. This is good. We like this. I don't actually think I want this Expressive Iteration in this hand, because my turn 3 is going to be Diviner of Fates anyway. Need to make sure to not play Forsaken Crossroads on red. Oh, which actually means I don't have a red source with this hand. That's a little concerning. So we can Calim tap down the Tiefling at least, and then still play Diviner next turn. It's something proactive to do. We couldn't have top-decked Verse because we had already scryed it to the bottom that game. Ray of Enfeeblement? Okay, that's actually pretty okay in this position. Not really necessarily right now because we don't have any way to proactively use our mana while doing it. Or, I could just choose not to play Diviner of Fates this turn, Ray of Enfeeblement the Tiefling, and then just spend my next 2 turns playing Citystalker Connoisseurs against mono red. I think I actually like that better than playing the Diviner of Fates. Yeah, I think I want something more mana efficient than Diviner of Fates right now. Play with fire goes face. I can live with that. Running them out of cards when I'm going to play 2 Citystalker Connoisseurs is kind of my goal. Kill the Tiefling. Take 3. Molten Impact. Okay. That's mana efficient if we find a corresponding spell to go with it. So they have a choice here, so whatever spell they have a duplicate. 2. Okay. And once again play with Fireface. Sure. So if we hit an untapped land, I can Diviner of Fates plus Molten Impact. If we hit a spell, I can Molten Impact plus cast spell. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of big mana from big spenders. Most of those aren't very scary. But I'd love if they activated it and then wound up with something they couldn't cast, because then it would be in hand for me to make them discard with Citystalker. They elect not to do anything now. No, they do something now? Okay, they do something now. Cool. This also means they're not guaranteed the mana to cast Den of the Bugbear. Or, well, activate Den of the Bugbear. Which is probably a pretty good perk for me. Untap land and Expressive Iteration would both be excellent. Any instant speed removal spell would be solid, as long as it isn't Infernal Grasp, preferably. Land. Okay, so that gives us the choice. Do we Citystalker Connoisseur and make them discard whatever they just got? I don't know how many of the things they're liable to get would actually be scary. I think I'm supposed to play Diviner of Fates. We are very excited to discard Calim here because we know we're going to discard, or we're going to draw Calim anyway. So the card on top of our deck should still be Calim regardless. Thundering Raiju's not really a problem. We take 1 damage from it. Land Animate Den's not really a problem. We only take 1 damage from it. Thundering Raiju kills our Citystalker. Den doesn't kill anything. Okay, Banner makes Den scarier on the next turn. Play another Diviner. Draw land. Hopefully didn't. Calim taps down Etchings. I think then I want to get rid of Citystalker. Draw a bunch of Calims. Kind of want to prioritize how fast we kill the opponent. If I put them to 14, then 5 power in play, 5 plus 9. So I kill them next turn if I swing with both of these creatures and they don't block. I believe that is correct for me to do. They animate Den, I block the token, I take 4, go to 3, I'm not dead to a burn spell. Cool. So 14 power in play. Block this, go to 3. If they have Shock, they can kill the Diviner of Fates and not be dead. They have Den. Yay! We did it! Ugh. Okay. Removal spells are good. We have red mana, which doesn't necessarily play super well into Diviner of Fates, but they exist. We can Diviner of Fates on 3. I'm assuming I'm not supposed to cycle Calim when I have Diviner of Fates in hand. Triumphant Adventurer. Okay. Oh, that's awful tempting to Molten Impact, though. If I Molten Impact the Triumphant Adventurer... No, that can't really be right. I don't think. I think I'm just supposed to go Diviner of Fate. Get rid of Strangle, probably. Sit around with all my Molten Impacts. Ready and beautiful. Scry 1 from the Triumphant Adventurer. Damage successfully done. Ooh, opponent missed a land drop? I like opponent missed a land drop. Okay, so let's go ahead and go with... Ooh, if I play this on red, there's actually no way for me to play Diviner of Fates and Bloodchief's Thirst. How disappointing. I think I'll have to live with it. Aww. I think we just get rid of Molten Impact. Play this on black. Bloodchief's Thirst the Adventurer. We have no red mana, but somehow that actually doesn't matter. Esper says the opponent. Red. I do like Diviner of Fates. It seems like a cool card. Alright, well, combat? We cool? Okay. Then let's go ahead and tap down this Nadar. And I do want to actually get another Calim at this point, so we'll do it in that order. Pass the turn, and we're going to Calim the Nadar again, so that it can't attack. And we want to continue maximizing the chances that we find Calim. Now our next Calim actually comes into play. Wandering Emperor says the opponent. Down ticks on Diviner of Fates. Yeah, okay, that's cute, I guess. I wish I could kill the Wandering Emperor. I could if we had drawn a Calim. Well, we didn't, and I don't have enough red sources to play Molten Impact plus my only other spell, which is red. I could still Molten Impact the Wandering Emperor and then play Diviner of Fates, I guess. I could Expressive Iteration looking for an untapped red source, and nothing else really works. No, I think it's probably just Molten Impact the Wandering Emperor and then play Diviner of Fates. There's a lot of Citystalker Connoisseurs that I don't need. How have I failed to find one of the, like, 4 copies of Calim in my deck. Jeez. Was the downside to Molten Impact and Nadar? The downside is that then Wandering Emperor gets to uptick, and the Molten Impact trigger no longer kills the Wandering Emperor. Whereas doing it this way, even if they get in with Nadar, I'm still very likely to be able to kill the Nadar with Molten Impact trigger on a future turn. Uptick on nothing. Or just uptick on, like, the next Nadar they play. Point being, I don't have a way to use the 3 damage for Molten Impact at that point. Boopity-boopity-boop. This is kind of a problem now that they're pretty close to Calim. Flyers continue to be awkward. That's almost certainly a huge mistake. I'm pretty sure they were supposed to grab my Calim to put a 5/6 into play. I'm pretty sure it's extremely good for me that they did not. Oh, I should not play Citystalker with my opponent having a Diviner of Fates in play. Let's go with an alternative plan. How about Expressive Iteration looking for a removal spell? Success. Take Bloodchief's Thirst. Take Infernal Grasp. Kill Diviner of Fates. Do damage. Put lethal into play at the end of turn. Though at some point they're going to find a Calim. They draw a card and kill the Diviner of Fates. Oh! I'm supposed to do this in response, I think, in order to draw a card. It means that I don't get to tap down a creature they play end of turn, but, I mean, 1 extra card is a lot of resource that has meaning. Boop, boop. So the opponent has successfully not become dead this turn. Vanishing Verse? Sure. Acceptable. Land drop? Also acceptable. Citystalker Connoisseur, attack. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Raffine's Tower. Maximize mana, maximize card filtration, maximize diversity of threats. Opponent's pretty much guaranteed to be almost at Calim by now, I think. Which is a little bit of a problem. Alright, let's go ahead and discard 2 lands. And discard a Calim. Perfect. Cast down precisely what I'm looking for. Cast down the Diviner of Fates, force them to tap something down with Calim in response, then I play on tap land, Bloodchief's Thirst the Calim. Natty Beaver Night goes pretty well. We're having a good time. Okay. More Calims, sure. I could ignore the Calim this turn. That's probably too risky. I think I'm just supposed to kill that and continue pressuring the opponent's life total rather aggressively. And keep them from pressuring my life total. Triumphant Adventurer is mostly irrelevant. Fable to play, Fable to play. Alright, for starters, I would like to Citystalker Connoisseur, see what the opponent has to discard. They tap down a 2/2. Understandable. They have to find another removal spell to stay alive. They successfully find another removal spell to stay alive. Citystalker Connoisseur makes them discard a removal spell. That's something. Alright, Triumphant Adventurer gets tapped down. Attack. Now let's see. Opponent's pretty close to dead. Diviner of Fate seems like the best way to get more resources and make the opponent closer to dead. Do I have another Fable I can go get? I do. Believe I am supposed to do that. I actually do want to play this land, since it means I can cycle Calim. Alright, opponent, we have 6 threats. So you got a board wipe. And if you board wipe, I can Calim. I think I'm largely supposed to ignore Triumphant Adventurer, because I'm still supposed to save my Calim for a post-board wipe. It's, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's actually a threat. I have no desire to protect my life total whatsoever. I guess the other threat is if they time warped me twice. That technically could have killed me. Tap down Reflection now. Okay, that's an option. Did you find the board wipe, opponent? Doesn't look like it. Whee! Alright. Those mirrors are so bizarre. Alright. What do we got? What do we got? We are on the play. We have the ability to not play anything on turn 2. That's kind of awkward, but I'm not going to throw away pretty decent mana. Do I like Tasha against mono red? No, not really. It's too slow and doesn't actually kill anything. Like, it doesn't do 4 mana worth of impact in that matchup relative to what I'm used to my other spells doing. Very few of their creatures, or not enough of their creatures, have 1 toughness. Like, if it stopped every creature in their deck from attacking, that'd be something, but it doesn't. Lunarch Veteran, very well. I think I just want to Undercity Plunder under the hope that they decide to give me a land here, which means I should have done this before playing the land. Trelasara, that's interesting. Huh. Okay. Voice of the Blessed, sure. Ugh. This is a tiny bit what I was concerned about. I think I'm supposed to tap something down with Calim. Or better yet, Infernal Grasp their next big creature so I can play Diviner of Fates, probably. And 11. Inspiring Overseer. Not a terribly fun card to kill, but I do think that I'm just supposed to proactively remove board presence from them so that I'm relatively free to play Diviner of Fates. There we go. Alright. Discard Calim. Try to find more Calims. We have a bunch of Citystalkers. If we hit a land drop, I can go Diviner of Fates plus Molten Impact. Lunarch Veteran, sure. Okay, now I can go Molten Impact plus Undercity Plunder. Probably just supposed to go Citystalker Connoisseur. That seems like the safest option. Cabaret Revels. Okay. That explains why they discarded a Cabaret Revels earlier. It's almost like Cabaret Revels is kind of a greedy card, almost. That has downsides occasionally. Who knew? Alright, let's see if we can snipe the third Cabaret Revels. No, that time around they actually had to wait and pick something. Okay. Well. Time to begin lowering the opponent's life total. Says the 4-color Mastermind. My mana base hasn't been a problem in most of these games, though. Find myself trimming Calim postboard. So my logic behind playing 4 copies of Calim and never having trimmed any is that it's super powerful to discard Calim to Diviner of Fates and Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Which I think... Okay, top deck the Cabaret Revels, but they're empty-handed, so we can kind of live with that. But just the strength of discarding them makes me want to have as many copies of them as I can get. Alright, let's Undercity Plunder and see what the opponent gives me. More Trellisaras? Eh. I mean, I guess I can discard one of them. I don't really need 2. I feel like the opponent's life total is kind of delicate, but there's also definitely the threat that they just top deck a 4-drop Captain of the Guard creature thing and immediately gain like 30 life. Alright, so that's a big Voice of the Blessed, which we will have to kill with Molten Impact. Let's see. So we can start with Diviner of Fates, discarding Trellisara. That's a lot of Calims. Okay, so swing with everybody. Opponent blocks a Diviner of Fates with a Voice of the Blessed, then we Molten Impact it. And then we pass the turn holding up Calim, which unfortunately, I guess I don't actually get to revive? That may have been a mistake. Jetmir's Garden gets cycled, so there's no potential for the opponent to play the 4-drop that I think is what they need to stay alive here. And they top deck a 1-drop. They gain a lot of life. And yet... I think I can tap down enough of their creatures to kill them here. This is a lot of Calims. This might be too many Calims. I think I was probably going to have like 10 Calims in hand and graveyard by the end of that turn. Whew, okay, opponent goes first. I get turn 2 Bloodchief's Thirst. Ooh, opponent. Do you have any idea how much Molten Impacting you're about to get done? Opponent, you can't even imagine. Oh, you poor thing. Oh dear. Have I been hit with Cleansing Wildfire yet? No, I have not. I am definitely scared of when that is going to happen, but it has not happened yet. Come on, opponent, play a creature, play a creature, play a creature. No. Oh, that's so rude. What am I supposed to do with all this Molten Impact damage now, opponent? I mean, I guess I'm just supposed to do this so that I can save the Bloodchief's Thirst for after they use a protection spell on the Symmetry Sage. Yeah. Admittedly, the teachings of the Archaic here is going to be pretty good. It's kind of an issue. Yeah. Guiding Voice. Heck of a card. Pretty good draw for. Alright. Kill Symmetry Sage, Vanishing Verse in response to the protection spell. Ugh. Ooh, okay. I think I'm not supposed to Citystalker Connoisseur yet. I think I'm supposed to opt to play the Fable of the Mirror Breaker and then tap down the Illuminator, in the interest of being more mana efficient. I don't know how many copies of You See a Guard that they got. I wonder if I was supposed to do this before they connived. Yeah, because now they can fizzle my card draw if they want to. Yeah. I have no desire to discard either of these. Would love to just make my opponent start discarding cards. I am pretty sure I want to chump block Illuminator Virtuoso. And hope they don't have a way to give it unblockable. I do like Calim. I wonder if I'm supposed to hold on to Calim and tap down the Virtuoso more than I'm supposed to play Citystalker Connoisseur. Huh. It's difficult for them to give it unblockable. Yeah, I don't think I play Citystalker this turn. They have to get it unblockable and hexproof if I play it this way around. I should have Calim'd it on upkeep before they had a chance to draw. The problem with playing Citystalker Connoisseur is that it just loses if they have a spell that gives it unblockable. Hexproof. Okay. Yeah. Are there any spells that give unblockable? I gotta assume there are. So they attack here, I have to chump block. Security bypass. Is that a sorcery? Okay. Well, it didn't matter. I think I made the right choice, and I think I still couldn't get there. If I played Citystalker, they just keep March and kill me. So the biggest misplay there was not doing it on the upkeep, where potentially they drew the hexproof for the turn, is the angle I had to have won that game with better play. Ah well, still lots of improvement to do. So I think this is a pretty good example of the kind of hands that we've decided we have to keep. And this is a pretty good example of a hand that we've decided is better than that. So that's good. That's good. Successfully mulliganing around to aggro decks when I'm on the draw is, I think, something I'm just supposed to get into the habit of for best of one events like this. I think I just want a Molten Impact Trellisaurus in this position. It's unlikely the opponent plays 2 creatures next turn, but if they don't, I can always Fable the Mirror Breaker to set myself up for a better opportunity to use the Molten Impact trigger. I will say, one thing I missed while having the Undercity Plunders is that it's another card that allows you to trigger Molten Impact without, like, I can't trigger this Molten Impact to get 2-for-1 value with a removal spell if my opponent only has 1 creature in play. So having these kind of passive 2-for-1s that you can play on turn 3 are pretty nice. Do I want to discard any of these? I mean, I guess I kind of want lands. I can Bloodchief's Thirst and Undercity Plunder. I probably can afford to get rid of Fable. Yeah, or we could draw Fable. Sure. Alright, so I guess the plan is Bloodchief's Thirst to kill both of the creatures, and then Fable of the Mirror Breaker? Luminous Phantom is still a 1-drop, right? So it doesn't trigger Cabaretti Rebel, or it doesn't do anything with Cabaretti Rebels? Is this a combo deck? It's not really a combo deck, it's just a life gain synergy deck. It doesn't have a instant win the game combo, it just has a bunch of ways to put giant creatures into play by gaining life. Do I want to discard any of these cards? I think I actually don't want the land, really. Calim. Okay, that's cool. So I can Vanishing Verse the Voice of the Blessed. I'm pretty sure I don't care about the Inspiring Overseer as much as I care about removing their ability to gain more life triggers. I guess not having the land drop to play the Undercity Plunder here is kind of a bummer. Ugh. Okay. We would like to draw a Death Touch thingy that potentially locks them out now. Would be the best. Scapuration. Don't necessarily care what that removes. Sure. So they gain 1 life next turn, bare minimum. Which is kind of a problem. I'm assuming I was on the draw, which means Forsaken Crossroads does come into play untapped. I don't think I'm supposed to want Undercity Plunder here. Molten Impact, it's not bad. I don't think I'm supposed to trade a 2/2 for a treasure quite yet. I think I'm supposed to remove Trelasara. And I want them having the Scry. Oh, wow, that's like the worst possible thing. Cool. It's not. Inquisitor Captain would have been worse. But only barely. Unfortunately, that gives Voice of the Blessed flying, and I'm not likely to have that many more removal spells for Voice of the Blesseds. Oh, also, those have flying too? Cool. Okay. I have 3 blockers, so I can barely not die right now. Kinda need this to hit multiple Calims. Okay, we did not whiff on Calim. That's a good start. Now, opponent, if you could kindly whiff on a draw for a turn. Ay. No? No whiffing on draws for turns. Sure. Alright, tap the Voice of the Blessed. Try to find another Calim. I don't know how I find removal spells for the Voice of the Blesseds, though. I've already used my 1 Vanishing Verse. I only have 1 Bloodchief's Thirst left. Do these have Indestructible yet? Yep. Which means I have to chump block them from now on. Or just continue Caliming them every turn for the rest of the game. The event will be best of 3 next week. They run 2 of these. Not the removal spells we were looking for. So unfortunately, I'm not going to have enough mana, because I need to tap down 2 flyers while blocking 6 creatures on the ground. Meaning I need to put 3 creatures into play and have 4 mana remaining. That's not very doable. This, amusingly, would actually be a spot where Tasha was pretty okay. I have nothing that can kill Voice of the Blast, but I guess I could jump block one? I can't Divine Her Fates now, I need the blocker. So I guess I have to do this at end of turn. No, sorcery speed doesn't do it. Well, I mean, I can still find Calim's. I don't think that gets us anywhere, though. Even if Calim draws into something useful. And if a single one of those turns had been a whiff. Jeez. Ray of Enfeeblement? Draw off the Calim? Cast down's not good enough. I don't think Ray of Enfeeblement to be good enough either. Oh, maybe it actually would, because I could Ray the Skyclave Apparition. Okay, I think that means maybe there's still a chance. Not a very good chance, but maybe a chance? Not Ray of Enfeeblement. Dang. Block, Ray, 4 blockers. No, I would have been dead exactly. Man. No whiffs, huh? Alright, alright. Okay, this mana kind of works if we play Forsaken Crossroads untapped on 2. If we end up wanting to Molten Impact on 2, Expressive Iteration on 3. Alright, I think I'm okay just discarding a bunch of lands here. Kudos to my opponent for getting the first 2 for 1. And getting the second 2 for 1 as well. That's bad. Sometimes being on the draw has downsides. Interesting that they chose to play Murkwater Pathway on triple black instead of first blue. Huh. Hopefully they play like another Fable so that I can actually get some use out of this Molten Impact. Or better yet, some other random 2 toughness creature that just dies. How about Sedgemoor Witch? 4th black before blue. Alright, well there's another Fable. At least that's something. Expressive Iteration or Diviner of Fates? Guess I'd rather have Expressive Iteration, probably. It's a pretty clean 2 for 1. Maybe they have Despair, except that doesn't really make the 4th black source make a lot of sense to me. But, yeah, that is probably the card they were playing the Murkwater Pathway around. Okay. Celestis. Plunder. Sure. Discard land, discard land. Cast Expressive Iteration. Fable to hand. Clearwater to play. I could play my Fable proactively here. I think that's better than denying them the reflection combo. Because, I mean, they can dump all their mana into making a ton of Kiki-Jikis here, but it still only results in doing a lot of damage to me. Whereas playing the Fable actually plays around the Invoke we're kind of putting them on by making them draw 2 fewer cards. Yeah. No, I think that's actually, like, really good for me to have done that instead of Molten Impacting. Alright, Molten Impact Kiki-Jiki. Expressive Iteration kill Kiki-Jiki. Fail to find the ability to play 2 cards in a turn. Bummer. Do I make this land drop? I believe I make this land drop. I want to be able to play Fable plus Xander's Lounge next turn. Yeah. In the game of who gets to play more 2-drops, my opponent having only drawn 6... Or who gets to play more 2-for-1s, my opponent having drawn only 6 2-for-1s is ahead of me having, I guess, also played 6 2-for-1s. Oh, but Invoke Despair is a 3-for-1. That is better. That is better. Leaving an instant in your deck was better than leaving a creature for the purposes of Diviner? I don't know, because I don't actually want to draw Cast Down, and I want to draw Citystalker if I shuffle my deck. Can I shuffle my deck? I have no clue whether or not I can shuffle my deck. So Sorin presumably downticks to protect itself from the 2/2, or upticks for card advantage. Okay, I'm happier with it downticking. I have a much easier time killing that. Alright, 4th Expressive Iteration ain't bad. Happy to discard more lands. Diviner of Fate's very good. I like that card. It's a good card. Strangle. Okay. Strangle is a game plan. Strangle the 2/3. Attack the Sorin. Play the Diviner of Fates. Discard the Strangle. Hold on to the tower. Alright. The 2-for-1ing into infinity continues. What you got, opponent? You got a hand of cards. We're animating Hive of the Eye Tyrant. That's almost scary. Like, it's intimidating. I don't know if it's, like, the scariest. Unfortunately, we're out of Expressive Iterations, which is a bit disappointing. Menacing. You know what? Menacing is a very apt description. My opponent's got a lot of creature lands. And my life total is delicate. And their life total is very high. Cycler Fiend's Tower, find a land. And a land. Play a land. Go to combat. What can I actually risk attacking with here? I need to clock them, but I also need to be able to block lands? And I can't do that with Calim, Molten Impact, or Bloodchief's Thirst, unfortunately. Well, what if I just hardcast Calim, I guess? That's like a plan. Might not be a good plan, but it's a plan. I think this is the way that I'm supposed to apply enough pressure to the board. Yeah, duplicate meat hook was definitely what that didn't play around. Fair enough. That's probably just bad play. I was trying to think of how I could answer the lands, but realistically, the fact that they discarded Meat Hook while I had Fable of the Mirrorbreaker active is probably a tell. Oh, yep. If these were instant speed spells, I'd be in such a different spot, but they are not. Nope, that mostly kills me. So currently, if they have nothing, I go to dead? I think I go to dead if they have nothing. Infernal Grasp isn't nothing, so I think that I still die. Mostly, yeah. I'm going to assume that's also good enough. So if I hadn't done the Calim, we would have drawn a card, drawn 2 cards. I think I still couldn't beat the lands. I kind of think that I actually don't disagree with playing the Calim when I did. Like, it is very possible in that position to read the board wipe, which I think is a reasonable read. I don't know that I can actually ever beat the board wipe in that position anyway. Maybe worth trying an Esper build with no red. I haven't seen an Esper build I actually like. They mostly just have worse removal and less card advantage. Like, I like this deck. I've liked how every game we've played has felt. But, like, so far none of the matchups that we have lost have I felt bad about, other than Esper with Wandering Emperor has felt like Wandering Emperor specifically was a problem I wasn't well equipped to deal with game 1. I think I kind of dig this. Mid-range underperforms in best of 1 formats? I don't know that I agree with that. Mid-range that preys on aggro is pretty well positioned. Like, I still like the matchup matrices everywhere that this deck has. That hasn't changed. I do not like missing land drops. Cabaret Rebels. Okay. Unfortunately, we top-decked a white land, so we cannot play Diviner of Fates. Which means we now probably lose because our opponent had a turn 3 cover-ready Rebels. And we are now on the draw. Voice of the Blessed, sure. Lunarch Veteran, Blessed goes up to 3. Okay. So they didn't have anything else, that's nice. Okay. So we get to Molten Impact the Lunarch Veteran, kill the Voice of the Blessed, pass with Vanishing Verse held up, or Calim Djinn held up, whichever we would prefer. I'd like to see what we can bait them into doing before I Vanishing Verse this Lunarch Veteran. Oh, actually, if they hit a Voice of the Blessed, I want to be able to do something in response, but no, they don't. So we will just Vanishing Verse this Lunarch Veteran, kill the Voice of the Blessed. So now I think we have to Diviner of Fates, hoping that we draw a land. We do? That's pretty good. Okay. We have one Calim in the yard already. I think then I'm comfortable discarding this Calim. Yeah, we do in fact find the other Calim. It's a little bit of a bummer that I don't have another blue source to hold up to put Calim into play this turn, but we can live with it. Scapuration for Diviner of Fate, sure. Another Voice of the Blessed. Alright, good news. Opponent has used up 3 Voice of the Blesseds. So that's a start. I can Diviner of Fates and Calim this turn. Righteous Valkyrie. Oh, goodness gracious. Alright. Well. Strangle doesn't hit Righteous Valkyrie. What does? Ray of Enfeeblement doesn't. Cast Down, but I can't find Cast Down. I have no sorcery speed spell that kills Righteous Valkyrie. Yeah, that's no good. Mostly I just die here. Alright, well, I guess I was not even close to winning that one. Yeah. Alright, hand with good removal. We like that. Angels says opponent. Very well. I get to turn 3 Diviner, discarding Calim. Hope that is tempo-y enough. Opponent also says Diviner of Fates. Angels, Diviner of Fates. Curious. I have not seen that yet. Not succeeding on the drawing lands front. Raffine, huh? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Is it a party deck? Because so far most of the creatures they're playing aren't party. Oh, really? Really? Well, it might be getting to be time to admit that Magic does not say I'm allowed to play tonight. Dear me. Not sure how we're coming back from this one. We have a moderate problem dealing with flyers already. Oh hey, cool lands. Yeah, that sure is only things that have more than 4 toughness. Okay, well. Oy. Sooner or later we're going to string together like 6 functional games in a row. Sooner or later. So this is one of the hands we're not allowed to keep on the draw. This hand's pretty decent. No red source for Fable and Impact, though. I think we get rid of Fable then. Anticipating that I'm probably going to Molten Impact on turn 3 if the mana is conducive to that. And then Citystalker on 4. Looks like that's the plan. Alright, well now the mana is kind of shaping up in a way where there's the potential we cycle Raffine's Tower on 3. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, that is indeed something that we want to Molten Impact. So, on the turn where Fable flips, I'm not out of line to want a Bloodchief's Thirst by then. If they play Hinata, I can't win. They don't play Hinata, so that's nice. Citystalker gets Dwari Disruptioned. That's not the most surprising. So now we hope they play Hinata this turn, which we can Bloodchief's Thirst while killing the reflection of Kiki-Jiki, and then just hope they don't have protection for Hinata. No, another piece of Fable. Alright, well, I can play Bloodchief's Thirst while cycling a land. Sheesh. And luckily, I suppose, I have a lot of lands that I am capable of cycling. Okay. 2/2 not killed. Cycle to see if we hit a 1-drop removal spell for the 2/2. We hit Fable. That's at least a castable magic card. There's the Hinata. And the draw 8. Okay, that's not the correct timing to Magma Opus, but that's a lot better for me than them having a draw 8. Weird. But okay. I guess they were concerned about me having a counterspell. Alright, well these are real cards. Expressive Iteration, Ray of Enfeeblement, Ray the Hinata. No counterspell. That's good, that's good. Okay, so now I just need to not die while my opponent still has cards. Are they going to Molten Impact or Magma Opus at sorcery speed again? Ugh. I don't think I can beat that, which is possibly the most tilting part. Yeah, no, I kill that, make a thing. I mean, I'm not dead. Oh, I am dead, because I'm not killing both 4/4s, and they just reflection it. That's mostly dead if they see it. Which they do. Okay. Boy. Now, interestingly, that wasn't a very bad hand that we could have kept on 7 against the Hinata deck. Having to mulligan aggressively anytime you're on the draw in order to beat the aggressive decks is more of a hindrance in the best of 1 format than I was expecting. Like, we can be capable of beating the aggressive decks on the draw, but the cost of doing that is just being terrible against the mid-range decks on the draw. I mean, the advantage is that when you win the dice roll, you're then facing the same conundrum that from the reverse side, where all the other mid-range decks are incentivized to just super mulligan good mid-range hands against you. It's kind of nasty trait of, like, doubling up any existing benefits to being on the play rather than on the draw. Huh. Well, we can't keep this because we're on the draw. But we can keep this. What do you think about Corpse Explosion in the board? It's interesting, but this deck also doesn't want to blow up its own board very much. Not really interested in Stormcarved Coast. Like, I kind of like the idea of just having more cheap, instant speed, situationally correct removal as far as utilizing sideboard space goes. That's Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Yup. Could remove this 2/2, but I think I just gotta play Fable. I don't think Molten Impacting with this hand is correct. I think I'm supposed to try to develop the Fable as fast as possible with Citystalker Connoisseur. I don't think it's liable to work, but I think that's what I'm supposed to do. It's wild how, like, Fable of the Mirror Breaker is such a different card on the play versus on the draw. Oh boy. Alright. Think I'm okay discarding Calim here, and probably a land. Cast down Missing Hinata's a bummer. Alright, what kind of answer to the 2-2 do you have? You don't have an answer to the 2-2 opponent? Really? Okay. How about to the Citystalker? We have Quench. We have Quench. Why are they playing Undersimplify? Oh no. Opponent. I'm pretty sure there's no reason to play this over the thing that lets you sack your creatures to copy it. Yeah, make disappear. Oh dear. There's the Hinata that I have to Molten Impact. Do 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 do. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. Ray the Hinata? All right. That's a somewhat functional plan. I think my life total is desperate enough that I need to try to fizzle this reflection of the Kiki-Jiki target on the 4/4. 2 Hinata decks in a row on the draw. That's the truly challenging part. Okay. I bunted. I needed to give up my plans to target the elemental in response the second the Hinata was on the stack. I needed to cast down it in response and just accept taking 4. Not that I actually had a way to beat that, regardless. Yeah, okay. Sure. We're not very well positioned against anything that just sits around until turn 3 and then plays Reflection of Kiki-Jiki on turn 3. We had a better plan against that when we were playing more copies of the 2-mana discard spell in the best of 3 version. And we have a sideboard plan that's well situated against those kind of decks. But the best of 1 version isn't really well situated to do it. Alright. The good news is we can only get so many games in on the draw in a row. Eventually, it can't be all of them anymore. Howdy, Eleful. Thanks for the resub. I appreciate it. I'm happy to hear you have a nice glass of port. Nice guy, and I want to win. Try another deck. But, like, none of the games we have played have been the deck being bad. And, like, none of the games we've played thus far have I, like, had another deck I wished I was playing. Pretty much all the games I've lost, I just really wished I didn't miss land drops or wasn't on the draw. I don't know that that gets fixed. I kind of just want to string 6 games of getting, like, solid luck in a row. Ugh. In all reality, after this one, I probably just say, okay, enough best of one, and then just do it next week instead. There have been a lot of games where you stumble on mana. I haven't actually had very many games where, like, I actively stumbled on mana if I was making land drops, though. And unfortunately, we're on the draw, so we can't heap the hand that would be good in a grindy mid-range mirror. We can keep this hand. That's functional. I think we keep the Ray over the Strangle. Alright. So we have a functional hand. We had a functional hand until the Thalia meant we can't play Ray. But we gave it a good try. Spellbinder successfully gets rid of Diviner of Fates. Tiny bit of a bummer. Does that trigger Stonebinder's Familiar? Yeah, cute. Now this is a moment where the tap land was a pretty significant drawback. So we can Vanishing Verse the Spellbinder this turn, depending on what the opponent does. I kind of feel like I'm incentivized to leave the Thalia alive since the Citystalker blocks it. And to just prevent the most damage possible. Stonebinder's Familiar getting pumped by that was not something that occurred to me. That's not great. Oh dear. Alright, Citystalker, make opponent discard a card. Hey, cool. I didn't get captain twice in a row. Alright. 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, 4 drop, 4 drop would have been pretty mean. So thankfully, we narrowly avoided that. Yeah, I'm kind of forced to trade with the pupper, regrettably. Let's see. Diviner of Fates discarding Fable of the Mirror Breaker is tempting. Gives us a 3/4 that the opponent has to find a way to do something about. They didn't play any spells, which makes me think they have Wandering Emperor. Yeah, I think I just play Diviner of Fates, discarding the Fable of the Mirror Breaker here. Well, I guess discarding Raffine's Tower is technically... But no, I need it to be a 3/4. So if they make a land drop, I have to play around the Wandering Emperor, which means only blocking Thalia. Oh, or I die. Okay. Well, if we can get 6 games in a draw, on the draw, in a row, that means now we can get 6 games on the play in a row too, right? That's how odds work. How many times is Fable going to get discarded to draw another Fable? 100% of the time that we discard it, it's going to draw a Fable. It's the only enchantment in our deck. So that's basically guaranteed. But it is amusing that it's a card you can just kind of pitch for free. I'm not saying it will happen that we'll be on the play 6 games in a row. I'm just saying that it is possible, right? Something like that. Alright, sure. We have a Fable. We can make it to our 3rd land drop, right? 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 Sweet. Okay. Never didn't have it. Playing against a Hinata deck again, but this time we're actually making land drops and we're on the play. That's a pretty good sign. I got a Vanishing Verse I can discard to a Diviner of Fates to get something that actually kills Hinata. Well, Cast Down doesn't actually, so it's kind of just a 50-50 chance, I think, that we find something that kills the Hinata. So now here's an interesting choice. Diviner of Fates gets quenched, but Fable actually gets negated. I think that means I'm more liable to want to play the Diviner of Fates, and apparently I played the wrong... I couldn't play Ray of Enfeeblement anyway. Not for 1 mana on a Hinata. No. Ray is the best card in our hand right now because it kills Hinata for 1 mana. Well, 2 mana. And I'm pretty sure the opponent's playing a Hinata list. Okay. Bloodchief's Thirst is definitely a better discard because it has a chance to draw Expressive Iteration. Or Strangle. Strangle is a little worse than Bloodchief's Thirst. Unfortunately. Alright, next turn I get to play Fable of the Mirror Breaker, hold up Calim, and Ray of Enfeeblement. Cyber Siphoner gets back Seek New Knowledge, sure. I think we just play Fable. Got no real reason to want to kill the Cyber Siphoner. Pressure the opponent. Calim has a pretty good chance of finding a Calim. Fable of the Mirror Breaker begins ticking down. Hinata with 1 mana protection up, huh? So do I Ray? I don't think that I Ray. Not yet, anyway. So we tap down the Hinata so our 2/2 can get in. We do find a Calim, which means we can put the Calim into play. That's pretty good. I think I want to get rid of the Vanishing Verse and the Raffine's Tower. And I'm hoping this gets the Vanishing Verse trigger on the Diviner of Fate. Oh! Discarding 2 cards draws 2 cards? I had no clue that was how that worked. That's literally the first time that's ever happened. Somehow. Huh. Okay. I'm wondering if I should try to bait or counterspell by strangling the Cyber Siphoner, but I don't think so. We only drew 1? Did we only? With one of the... Which one did it seek, then? Because we didn't seek an instant. Wait, no, we didn't seek an instant. So you're saying the first one that I clicked isn't the one that... Wait, does it just do it at random, then? Yuck. Okay, well... I think I just gotta Ray the Hinata and hope they don't have a negate. They didn't have a negate. Okay. That's actually pretty stellar. Okay, now we're gonna put the Calim into play. I think we might actually be winning this. I'm kind of blown away they didn't have the negate. I don't really need more Calims, so I think we opt not to put the Calim on top. Diviner of Fate's pretty cool. Molten Impact's fine. Put Calim into play. Hinata doesn't usually play very many board wipes. Should I cycle this other Calim now? I think not. I think I'm going to play this Diviner of Fates and then cycle the Calim on their turn. Alright, so combat, swings. So it's Diviner of Fates, probably discard Strangle. Yeah, Valorous Stance on the Calim. That's not horribly surprising. Oh, that means they were holding the Valorous Stance to protect the Hinata, and I got to array it to kill it. Oh, that's delightful. Okay, so how many? 1 Calim in the graveyard? I think that actually means that I now Diviner of Fates, probably discarding Calim. Now definitely discarding Calim, right? Yes. Now that I've got a second one. So I'm guaranteed to be able to put Calim into play. I could Citystalker Connoisseur, but I don't think that's really what I'm supposed to do compared to just putting Calim into play. Yeah, that sounds right. I guess we just get rid of Forsaken Crossroads. We are representing lethal. There's a Hinata, sure. Which means they can Magma Opus us. Which they are apparently going to do now? That can't be right. That has to be something else. Oh, or we just win. Okay. I'm not entirely why players want to Magma Opus at sorcery speed so much. But, like, the tap is kind of the best part. Boop, boop. Okay. Calim into play, and now the opponent dies. On board, I think. Oh, well, not with a 4-4, but yeah. Okay. Hey, look, we were on the play. Alright, on the play again. I didn't really look at whether my cards did anything, but we had 3 lands, so it seemed like a good keep. Forsworn Paladin. I don't know what that card does. I'm not going to bother reading it. I'm just going to kill it. Forsaken Crossroads. Let's go with, I don't know, white. Diviner of Fates number 2? Sure. I don't know what mono black is, but I'm going to out card draw it. That's the plan. Go with a blue source and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Oh, look at all these things I'm getting to do proactively on the play. I'm kind of losing it. Equipped creature has lifelink. Okay. We may discard cards. You know what? I'm actually pretty good right now, thanks. Alright, successfully traded 1 for 1. Done. Play a black source, play Diviner of Fates. That probably wasn't exactly the order I was supposed to do that in. Let's get rid of a tap land, draw a tap land. Perfectly according to plan. Replicating Ring. We will tap down the Cursebound Witch while that is on the stack so that the opponent can't sacrifice it in response and fizzle my Calim ability. We will attempt to draw another Calim because that's actually the card that I most want to draw right now. Yeah, oh well. Let's go ahead and play a Diviner of Fate and then see what happens. We're going to discard Diviner of Fate because I really want to draw a Calim. We successfully drew a Calim. You love to see it. Play a red source. Swing with Diviner of Fates. Upkeep. Tap down the Replicating Ring. Seek more Calims. Call life good. Chill with our 8 cards in hand. Opponent returns Leech Gauntlets to hand. Replays Leech Gauntlet. Does successfully prevent our Reflection of Kiki Jiki from doing anything. So in the meantime, I think what we're going to do is Bloodchief's Thirst the Leaf Gauntlet. And play a land, and play Diviner of Fate. And we're going to discard Calim. And tutor up some more Calims. And we're going to go to combat. Swing with, I guess, everybody? I'm really tempted right now to kind of like stop playing seriously and just copy a Diviner of Fates on their turn so that I draw 4 cards. But I probably should be accepting just drawing 3 cards and putting a Calim into play and like actually killing my opponent. I think that's what I'm actually supposed to do. But between me and all of you, pretend I'm doing the fun thing instead. Let's discard a Strangle and one of these 3 Citystalker Connoisseurs. I think that'll probably be enough. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. Oh, my reflection. That's so mean, opponent. Are they going to play a second one to kill all of my Diviner of Fates? Yes. Okay. Well, we're going to do this now. Because I think I would like to draw 3 creatures. Hypothetically, if you discard on cleanup, does it proc Diviner? Yes. If something in the discard phase triggers something, then if something in the cleanup step causes a trigger to happen, you create a new instep, a second instep, and then just rewind and do that second instep. And you can do that any number of times, actually. Citystalker, make my opponent discard a card. Replicating Ring gets discarded, sure. Got to discard to hand size, so we're going to discard 2 Calims to hand size, put 2 Calims in our deck. Our graveyard is just chilling with 3 Calims. We have 2 Calims in hand, 4 Calims in deck, 1 Calim in play. Ah, goodness. Yeah, so another cleanup step happens and you discard down to 7 again. That is correct. Cursebound Witch. Sure. So we're going to go ahead and tap the Cursebound Witch. Conjure a Calim into our deck. Decline to put Calim into play. Play a land. Play Citystalker. Molten Impact the Skullport Merchant. Attack the opponent down to 3 if I can do math correctly, and then I don't know. Probably have like opponent's deck. Oh! Yeah. Yeah, that is... I missed that visual cue that something curious was going on over there. You raise a good point. Maybe I should have been less excited about being on the play. Opponent's really debating which they want to discard here, which actually is kind of informative. This means that Citystalker Connoisseur doesn't actually give the opponent... It doesn't automatically choose if there's no viable options. Yeah, I do have 3 Calims just chilling there in a row. It's too bad the deck tracker can't actually handle that and has no clue like how many cards are in my deck. Because currently it says there's 0 Calims in my deck, and that's definitely not correct. Alright. So we have the ability to do Calim stuff. Removing 1 blocker from the opponent, leaving us with 3 lethal attackers. It is very fascinating that Calim is a legendary creature, while simultaneously being the least legendary creature I've ever played in the history of Magic. Like, far less legendary than a normal creature like Citystalker Connoisseur that's limited to a 4 of. No? I'm happy to hear anything out. Forgot the name of the card. It's a Guardian Evangel, the white thing that, like, summons a billion copies of itself is the other one that comes to mind, but, like, I didn't want to kill the joke like that, right? Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Be right back. We are on the play. We will keep the hand that enables turn 3 Fable of the Mirror Breaker and turn 2 Undercity Plunder. I find this to be entirely reasonable. Oh, I hear a kitty cat. I like how you're walking ahead of me to the chair, cat. You know exactly where I'm anticipating. Meow. Yeah? Alright. Wow. Vanishing Verse gets discarded. And what else, opponent? I get a card, Angel of Destiny. That's not exactly a card I'm terribly excited about, but okay. I mean, I guess maybe Angel of Destiny is a really cool card to copy with Reflection of Kiki Jiki? Maybe? We can go with that. Kind of sad I can't Strangle the Youthful Valkyrie now. Discard up to 2 cards. I should probably discard the Angel of Destiny, if we are being entirely reasonable. Everything else I mostly want to keep. I don't know about Fable. I'll keep the Fable. Ooh, we do miss the land drop. I guess I should have pitched the Fable. Alright. Well, we're not guaranteed to miss the land drop yet. We still have 1 draw off Diviner of Fates. We have now missed the land drop. Okay. Well, we're just going to discard Fable. I want to be able to Strangle another Youthful Valkyrie if they have one. Angel of Unity is a good Strangle target. They've got some card in hand that they've been putting all these buffs on that I haven't seen yet, which is a little intimidating. Okay. We do hit the land drop. I think we go with Strangle Angel of Unity. Play the land drop. I kind of want to just Citystalker Connoisseur here, even if that means throwing away this goblin. The alternative is Infernal Grasping the Youthful Valkyrie before blocks, but I'm also kind of worried about whatever they put all the Angel of Unity counters on. So I'd like 2 shots at either making them discard that card or having the removal spell for it. Wasn't I supposed to hold on to Strangle if I was attacking? I think I wanted to kill the Angel of Unity before blocks, right? Otherwise they could have double blocked Diviner of Fates. Oh, it's an Angel of Destiny, it's so big! Ah! Okay. Well, we're gonna go ahead and kill it. Set a stop in our opponent's draw step. Start doing Citystalker things. See if the opponent can outrace us. Oh, the other pumped Angel of Destiny. Very intimidating. Alright, so now they hold the... Oh, now they concede. Yay! Were we on the play? I think we were on the play. I can't tell if I'm, like, just sort of reimagining all of existence to fit my pre-existing biases at this point. Okay. Turn 1, tap land. Turn 2, tap land. Turn 3, Fable. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! New plan. Turn 2, untap land, hold up, cast down, and or Calim. Seems like a better plan. Proactively put a Calim in the graveyard. Seems like a good plan. Draw a Calim. Draw a Calim. Immediately reward plan, put Calims in the graveyard. Because now Fable can put a Calim into the graveyard, and I can just put my turn 4, 5, 6, ward 2 into play. That sounds pretty good. Opponent uses up a removal spell that would have hit Calim. The Fool. They don't even see it coming. Hopefully they don't Vanishing Verse my Fable. They do not. And let's get rid of the land. Why not? More Calims. Oh dear. Okay. Sorin the Mirthless. Well, what do you think, Sorin? Do you down-tick and die to Calim, or do you up-tick and die to Calim? Opponent chooses to down-tick and die to Calim. We're going to get rid of these 2 Calims and put a Calim into play, and then we're going to draw a Calim. And flip the Fable. And go to combat and kill the Sorin. And play Crossroads on blue so that we can scry. Keep a Fable. Sounds like a good plan. I don't see any reason to let my opponent gain life, so we're going to kill that 2/3. Then we're going to pass the turn holding up Calim. Alright, opponent. What do you got for me? Foretell a board wipe, presumably. Foretell possibly something else, but also they missed a land drop? Okay. Discard a Calim. I mean, we joked about being Calim locked, but I am legitimately becoming Calim locked. I got a period of time where I'm going to draw 3 copies of Calim. I think I'm supposed to play Citystalker Reflection It, but I don't know what timing I'm supposed to do that on. Am I supposed to let them use a removal spell on it? Or am I just supposed to sorcery speed it and do an additional point of damage here? I kind of feel like I'm supposed to sorcery speed it and do an additional point of damage here. Alternatively, I could just play Fable and not actually do the Citystalker thing, so then when they wipe my board, I can put a Calim into play. I kind of like that. I kind of want to just put a Calim into play after they board wipe me. We will play around the board wipe. Hey, they board wiped me. Wow, I didn't see that coming at all. Alright, well now we're going to put a Calim into play. Alright, discard 2 Calims. Are you prepared for this pocket of Calims? This absolute nightmare of mass Calim pandemonium? Damage to the opponent. Play Diviner of Fates. Guess what we're going to discard? It's going to be a Calim. Discard a Calim. Conjure a Calim. Draw a Calim. Tutor a Calim. Put a Calim into the deck. What's all these cards? I don't know. It's probably like 7 Calims. Doomscar. Oh no! Wow. Opponent had board wipes? I absolutely didn't see this coming. Anyway, I'm going to put a Calim into play. Oh hey, we drew a Calim. Transform Fable. How many Calims do we have in the graveyard? We didn't have any Calims in the graveyard? Wow. That's actually kind of surprising. There was a chance that I wasn't going to be able to put a Calim into play that turn. Alright, we're on the draw. All good things have to end. I think we just hold up the Ray of Enfeeblement for their... I was going to say for their big spender, but I forgot they have a Kumano, so this actually doesn't work, and I should have played the tap land. That actually might cost me quite a bit. Or not. Good top decks. Good work, deck. Good work. Never punished. I mean, I am still punished because I'm on the draw against mono red, so, like, we're probably not winning. But hypothetically, in this one very specific way, I was not necessarily as punished. Play with Fire face rather than the 2/2 is horrifying, because that implies they have an answer to the 2/2. It's better than that. And Molten Impact applies. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. Gonna have to discard 2 Calims and hope we find a Calim. It's probably still not good enough. We found a Calim. Is that good enough? I can tap down the Ambergris, shrink the Etchings, hope they don't have Djinn mana? If they have Djinn mana, I die. Oh, please, 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 please specialize the Ambergris. No, 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 specialize, 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 specialize. I don't think I can beat the Djinn. Because I can't Vanishing Verse and Ray. Yeah, that's exact C's. I don't have any instant speed spells that cost 1 mana that I could draw into. And I can't tap down the Djinn. Still. Too bad Calim doesn't come into play untapped. That'd be a good deal. Alright. Go to 1. Or rather, go to dead exactly. Instead of going to 1. Yeah. I love being on the draw. I think that puts us at roughly 100% to win on the play and 100% to lose on the draw of all the games we played against mono red. We could have done Ray for minus damage, but it still put us to dead because the Djinn still makes a 1/1. You need a deck with a 1-mana instant speed removal to beat mono red on the draw? Yeah. Or, I mean, to draw Magmatic Impact, which we didn't do. I mean, we did have 1-mana instant speed removal. The trouble is that the opponent had exactly the 1-drop that doesn't get blown up by that. How many times did we try to qualify? I don't know. Let's see, I ended up losing about 13,000 gems, so probably about 10 times, I think. most of the gem loss was going 0-2, being on the draw twice in a row. The times where that didn't happen, we generally went either 4-2 and made a profit, or 3-2 and made a tiny loss. But I think we went like 0-2 3 times, getting double draw both times. Well, the good news is, next weekend we get to do this relatively quickly and easily by just playing best of 3. Which I think I've decided I don't like Celestis, and I do like Undercity Plunder. I don't know what the other card we want on the sideboard is, though. Maybe another Out of the Way? Maybe. Is Out of the Way really better than Mono Green? Or better than Vanishing Verse against Mono Green? Yeah, probably. Seven events in total with 14 losses? That might be true. I think we can actually tell by the untapped. Ah, there we go. $12 events? Yeah, that sounds about right. Constructed, play, event. Yeah, so we had a grand total of a 75% win rate on the play and a 20% win rate on the draw. Well, 73 and 21, but that kind of tracks. And the other version was 64-54. Oh, we did lose one game on the play in the middle of our 7 on the draw loss streak in a row. That was the one where we didn't hit our third land. Yeah, that's... Whew. Do we know the camera's pointed at the chest? No, the camera's pointed at the kitty cat. He's a lot more important than me. All right. Well, that is about 7.5 hours that have strongly convinced me I don't particularly enjoy playing best of 1. I think that's what I can walk away from this with. It's a good thing we do not really have to very often. All right. In the spirit of kitty cat leaving, we're going to call it there.